Chapter 1147. So Xiaoduo could see it clearly. In front of the tombstones of the Wang family's ancestral tomb, on the right side of the sacrificial altar, there was a square stone in each tomb. Although it was weak, it emitted an indelible light. Sun and moon stones. And these sun and moon stones were all placed on the right side. The sun and moon stones carried a bit of the power of destiny. Now that they were neatly placed in the same place, the quantitative change led to a qualitative change, leading to the entire Wang family cemetery. Although there were no omissions, in fact, the center of gravity showed a subtle change in tilting to the right side. Especially the dozens of tombs, the tilt was particularly severe. Those dozens of tombs are all empty. No one is buried. So Xiaoduo sighed softly. These should be the hidden experts of the Wang family. But empty tombs were ominous. A grave mound was a person. When the grave mound was piled up, it was empty inside. Such an empty grave couldn't be filled by 10 people. Coupled with the subtle tilt caused by the biased arrangement of the feng shui stones, it formed a special phenomenon called wind from an empty cave. Wind from an empty cave, a great building about to collapse. These things couldn't be seen with a single qi examination technique. Moreover, the power of destiny of the sun and moon stones was forcibly added to one side. The sun and moon stones were originally merit stones, and merit stones added to merit stones seemed to be a good thing. But in fact, it caused the hearts of the family to be tilted. My family has such great merit, my family of war gods. Without my family, there wouldn't be astral souls. But what about my family now? This was the origin of this inner demon. This merit wasn't consecrated by the Wang family, but suppressed in the heart by the Wang family, causing the heart to be tilted. And this was only one link. So a Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. So the Wang family is like this. The person who came up with the idea for the Wang family didn't have good intentions at all. The Wang family graveyard is square-shaped, but there's a small layout where the flow of fortune is tilted, forming a different feng shui exit. And this exit just so happens to form a corner. And this corner extends out and is actually facing the place where the dragons are fighting for the veins. Is a straight line that extends out. So with Xiaoduo sighed, he only felt a little incredulous, a little admiring, and a little angry. Using the pressure of the heavens, using the momentum of the earth veins, using the situation of the qi veins in Shangjing, using the meritorious deeds of the heroes, all of these qi veins, feng shui, and feng shui all came together to form a single entity, causing the Wang clan's tilt to become more and more severe. In the end, the qi veins disappeared, the fortunes severed, and all of it was channeled into the dragons vying for the meridians devoured by the dragons, becoming ownerless fortune and chaos in Shangjing. This person, what a vicious mind, what a vicious situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was inexplicably furious, and his hair stood on end. What's wrong? Zhuo Xiaoyan keenly noticed the change in Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude and finally asked, "This is a huge problem. Can it be changed? Too many years have passed. Those sun and moon stones have already become one with this place. Even if we take them away, we won't be able to remove their effects in a short amount of time. After all, the ancestral grave beneath the stones has already been suppressed for who knows how many years. It will only disappear after an extremely long period of time." So what Xiaoduo said lightly, "Besides, with what the Wang family has done, even if they beg me, I won't change it for them. If there is a deviation in the feng shui pattern of the ancestral grave, it's an unintentional mistake. Even if it's only a small one, it will, with the passage of time, cause the pattern to collapse, the fate to drain, and even the pattern to collapse, and even backfire on its owner. Over the years, the owner of the ancestral grave may fall ill, or do things not go well, or suddenly meet with misfortune, or lose their future, but all in all, these are still external causes and need a long time to be quiet. But the reason why the Wang family took the initiative to do these things is more because of their original intention. It has nothing to do with the feng shui of the ancestral grave." Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly. In other words, the Wang family's current feng shui pattern is damaged because of external causes. But they took the initiative to cooperate with evil people, forget their ancestors, frame good people, and kill innocent people. This is the main cause of the Wang family's ruin. Even if it leads to serious consequences, it's all their own fault, and it has nothing to do with others. I see. This principle still makes sense in the secular world. It's like when someone comes to harm you and you fight back. It's self-defense. On the other hand, if you take the initiative to harm others and are killed by others, it's undoubtedly your own fault. It's the same principle. So, everything has to be reasonable. Act according to reason. And first of all, you have to make sure that you don't make any mistakes. Even if the rest is blocked for a while, there will be a moment of clarity in the future. I understand everything. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded her little head. So Xiao Duo, who was good at teaching others, thought everything through and felt very comfortable. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoyan's obedient appearance, he couldn't help but pat her head and praise her. You're such a good little girl. Your husband will love you. Zhuo Xiaoyan was thinking about the Wang family. She leaned into Zhuo Xiao's arms and said, You're right. This is different. Suddenly, he realized something and grimaced. He pinched a piece of flesh on Zhuo Xiao's waist and said, Dog, spare. Zhuo Xiao Duo's face twitched. He had just uttered one word when his face suddenly changed color. He quickly moved away, taking Zhuo Xiaoyan with him behind. He only released a thin layer of soul consciousness around the two of them, but it was enough to shield them from the outside soul consciousness. After a while, 2 rays of sword light suddenly shot into the sky in front of the Wang family's ancestral grave. As soon as they attacked, the space where the 2 of them were was shattered. If the 2 of them were still in the same place and were suddenly attacked, they would be injured even if they didn't die. The 2 people who came were 2 old men in black. They both had white linen belts around their waists and were dressed like tomb keepers. Each of them held a sharp sword. They patrolled the sky for a long time, but they didn't find anything. The 2 of them couldn't find anything, but they still refused to give up. They entered the void and continued to search. Whoosh, 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 the wind whistled. Every inch of space in the sky above the Wang family's ancestral grave was carefully searched by the 2 of them. They didn't miss anything. Unfortunately, they still didn't find anything. After a long while, the 2 of them revealed themselves and stood in the sky again. There was a strange fluctuation here just now. Someone must have come to investigate. It should be someone with vitality who came to spy on the situation of our ancestral grave. Normal people wouldn't do this. Report this to the head of the family. The thing he repeatedly told us to do has happened. Okay. One of them stood in the sky with a sword, while the other flew away. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were already thousands of miles away. They were almost home, in the Umno Alliance's main hall far away. The Flood Witch and her 3 doppelgangers were cultivating separately. Suddenly, one of the doppelgangers' expression changed abruptly. He stood up in shock. This isn't right. Why is my vitality suddenly being sucked away? It's almost gone. Is this a consumption of vitality? How can this be? The other 2 doppelgangers? I'm fine. What's wrong with you? I don't feel anything. You haven't even been born, and you're already involved in karma? The doppelganger's face turned pale. No, it's being continuously sucked away, wave by wave. Damn, what's going on? I'm a doppelganger that was just cut out. I haven't even traveled the world before. How can someone continue to suck away my karma? Furthermore, it's a consumption of vitality. It's such a big movement. This isn't right. It doesn't make sense. What's going on? Fuck, I'm being sucked again. Damn, it's happening again. Damn, it's not over. Don't be impatient. Great Flood Witch, who was sitting in the middle, had a calm expression and said as if he was used to it, This is not a big deal. Why are you making such a fuss? Calm your mind and cultivate quietly. This is an opportunity for you. Remember to grasp it well. At that time, there will be benefits in return. Although the doppelganger was being explained, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Boss, you're me, but I'm not you. Shouldn't you explain more? What's there to explain? Just cultivate peacefully. This should be the karma that you owe, right? It's just that you used the method of cutting vitality to transfer this karma to me. Boss, you're obviously trying to shift the blame to someone else. You have bad intentions. Shift the blame? Cultivate well. You'll know how great the benefits are in the future. If you weren't a newly created doppelganger, how could I give you this advantage? The flood, which said calmly, if I keep this karma with me, it won't be difficult for me to create another doppelganger in the future with the feedback of this karma as the foundation, although it will consume some of my origin. But you're different. Although you're a newly created doppelganger, as you said, you're not me, but I'm you. You have my cultivation and realm, but at the same time, you're a new life. After you understand something, you can use the convenience of this karma replenishment to create another 3 doppelganger that belongs to you. And at that time, you'll really reach my level, and I'll advance to a higher level, even to a level that no one has ever reached before. This is a brand new way of cultivation. I accidentally, the flood which paused and said, accidentally studied it. The 3 doppelganger suddenly felt that their boss was amazing even though they didn't understand it. They were shocked and said, boss is really wise and powerful. This kind of cultivation path that no one has ever thought of before can actually be walked so smoothly. It's as easy as moving a finger, as easy as moving an arm. The more they thought about it, the more they admired it. This was truly an extremely genius idea, surpassing all the predecessors in the world. It was amazing. It even opened up a brand new way to reach the top. No wonder boss can become the head of the great wizards. You're really worthy of your reputation. The 3 of them didn't have the slightest intention of flattering her at this moment. They were really convinced and spoke sincerely. The flood witch's face darkened, and then she said calmly, don't worry and cultivate. Then she closed her eyes. Can I tell you that this is the karma of fate, but also a lifetime of debt? Obviously not. Can I tell you that this can't be replicated by others except me? Can I tell you that at that time, I was fooled to the point that even my life ring? Can I tell you this that can't tell you anything? So, I can only let you continue to admire me. The 3 of them looked at the great witch of the flood who had quickly entered a meditative state with admiration. They only felt that the actions of an expert were indeed unfathomable. They felt that the great witch of the flood was so high that they could only look up to him. She deserved to be called boss. She really deserved to be called boss. She could still behave so calmly with such an amazing achievement. Just this peaceful state of mind alone is enough for us to learn that in a small courtyard in Shangjing. The situation is basically clear now. The Wang family is obviously waiting for the moment when heaven and earth are in harmony. And if we attack now and directly target the Wang family and completely destroy them, to be honest, without grandfather's help, the 2 of us definitely can't do it. And more importantly, until that delicate moment, it's hard to guess what kind of situation it is based on what we have now. And there's another thing that we have to consider, or should we say that we have to treat it the most carefully. Until then, the Wang family's ancestral tomb's fate will not completely collapse. With the legacy left by the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Fei Hong, there's still a huge amount of merit and fate protecting them. The Wang family is far from the time to squander, so we can't do anything to them. So Xiao Duo sighed softly. So we also need that opportunity. That opportunity that seems to be the Wang family's desire. But in fact, it will completely shake the Wang family's foundation and cause their fate to completely collapse. Of course, we still have to continue to attack their reputation, so that the Wang family's evil deeds continue to fester. Then, we will surround them from all directions and find an opportunity to assassinate the Wang family members, nibbling away at them step by step. Okay, at this moment, Zhua Xiaoduo's phone, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly rang. Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked it up to take a look. As soon as he saw the name that was jumping on the screen, Zhua Xiaoduo shuddered. He immediately picked up the phone and started cursing. You bastard, forgetful bastard, when I needed you. I couldn't find you even with a gun. Now that I don't want to use you anymore, you actually called me. Tell me, where are you? When I find you, I'll definitely make you remember me. Li Qinglong's anxious voice came from the other side. Zua, can you stop talking nonsense? Where are you now? I'm in Shangjing. Where else can I be? I'm talking about the specific location. Hang up. Zua Xiaoduo sent a location. Less than 5 minutes later, the sound of rushing wind could be heard in the air. Li Qinglong and the rest of the 12 people all landed in the courtyard. Not one of them was missing. Zua Xiaoduo was startled when he saw them. Are you all gathered together for a meeting? What's going on? Why are you all so orderly? Zua Xiaoduo widened his eyes. You either don't want to see anyone, or suddenly come here in such a grandiose manner. Don't you know it's very scary? Look at all of you pairs. How do you think the single dogs in the team will feel? Several people frowned and looked at this guy with depression. They rushed over anxiously and then saw this guy's series of strange behaviors. Oh, I'm wrong. There aren't many single dogs in your team. Ha! Gao Chower, Zhan Pia Piao, 2 single dogs, how do you feel? Cough, cough, cough. Pai Bao, you're a genuine single dog. Gao Chower and Zhan Pia Piao have a lot of pursuers, but you, Pai Bao, are difficult to deal with. How do you feel? You look so lonely. Well, it's okay. Your presence is pitifully low. If there's really someone, but you are ignored by that person, that would be the real tragedy. Gao Chower and Zhen Piapiao frowned and looked at him with sharp eyes. Pai Bao's whole face was scrunched up. He looked at Zua Xiaoduo with grievance, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't mention anything when they met, but first exposed the scars. Moreover, he kept exposing scars. No one else could do this. This kind of trash is our boss that we acknowledge. Why is our life so bitter? Besides, this is too strange. No matter when, my presence is extremely weak. Why is it that in front of Zua Xiaoduo, I am like a bright light in the dark? Even if there are tens of thousands of people together, the first thing he will definitely do is to mock me. This is also a skill. But why doesn't Zua Xiaoduo care about my concealment? This is also strange. Boss, why are you so? Li Qinglong's eyes were red. The hatred between Teacher Qin and the old principal. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. How can it be resolved casually? I already have a clue. I will definitely make the other party pay a heavy price. Zua Xiaoduo asked everyone to sit down. Since you are here, we can talk about this matter properly. Swollen, listen carefully. I will tell you all my established thoughts, and you will check for me and fill in the gaps. Okay. Zua Xiaoyan brought out some tea. Everyone, drink some water and calm down. To us, the Wang family is an unshakable colossus. Even though everyone has become more powerful, not only do they have countless flying heaven stage cultivators, but they also have many Dao integration stage cultivators. Revenge is not something that can be resolved by rushing up to them in a fit of rage. If we act rashly, we will be the ones to die. Zua Xiaoduo said, your sister-in-law is right. Everyone calm down. Calm down. Revenge must be exacted. We have gathered here for the sake of revenge. However, if you act like this, you will only be courting death. Our sister-in-law is right. Boss is right. Without saying a word, everyone sat down cross-legged and calmed themselves down to regulate their breathing. Everyone was here, and they were all working toward the same goal. That was enough. 10 minutes later, everyone had already calmed down. Zua Xiaoduo had also sorted out his thoughts. I'll start with the whole story. I'll start with the Wang family. The ancestors of the Wang family obtained. Zua Xiaoduo tried his best to explain the whole story in detail. He told them all the relevant information he knew, including the information he had obtained from the soul-searching technique, the Wang family's information collected by Xiao Xia, the 9 Heavens Pavilion's information on the Wang family, and the Lu family's information on the Wang family. He told them everything without leaving out any mistakes. Li Qinglong sat down with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. His ears were perked up, and he was clearly listening to Zua Xiaoduo's explanation with rapt attention. He was trying his best to organize all the relevant information. In his mind, all the information and clues quickly formed a huge net. He was gradually narrowing and expanding this matter from the farthest and widest point. Apart from the information and clues, Zua Xiaoduo started to explain the feng shui situation. In the end, he went to investigate the feng shui situation himself. For a long time, no one interrupted to ask questions. Li Chenglong sat cross-legged, as if he was a wooden sculpture. After a long time, she opened her eyes and said, "If that's the case, the only family that can be confirmed to be of help to us in Shangjing is the Liu family, where the old headmaster came from." "Is this a definite family?" "That's right. What about the Yu family?" Li Chenglong asked. "The Yu family is kind to us and can help us to a certain extent. But when it comes to sending experts to fight the Wang family head-on, they probably won't." "I understand. The Yu family is the descendant of the emperor, and they have the right heavenly king. They must know their position and prioritize the stability of the astral souls. Moreover, the Yu family's fate is the same as the right heavenly king's. His actions will completely destroy the glory of Wang Feihong, the god of war in the astral souls. Whether it's for public or private reasons, the Yu family can't do anything. It's understandable. Then, apart from a Yu family, the Wu family and the Liu family can help us. These two families have helped the Liu family before. I need a relatively definite answer as to whether we can borrow their strength." Liu Yingfeng, the head of the Liu family, personally admitted and promised that these two families, although they may not help us with all their strength, will definitely send a lot of people. "If that's the case, our overall strength isn't that weak." Li Chenglong frowned. "It's just that in terms of high-end strength, there's still a considerable gap." "Yes, you're the one who gave the order to the Shui company, right?" Li Chenglong said this through telepathy. "It's me." "Then this matter is a little strange. Our company can actually resist the power of the Wang family without us taking action. With the Wang family's foundation, how can the Shui company resist? The Liu family clearly didn't help." Li Chenglong murmured, "There won't be any problems, right?" "Problems? Well, but don't worry. If there is a problem, it should be in the general direction." Li Chenglong pondered for a long time and seemed to have made a decision. He said, "Let's wait and see. First, let's see the follow-up of the public opinion situation on the internet. Second, the follow-up movements of the families in Shangjing. Third, whether the entire political situation in Shangjing will change. Lastly, the situation of the Wang family's family business. Let's wait and see." Li Chenglong pondered and said, "When I came, I already thought that the situation would be very unfavorable, but I never thought that the situation would be so complicated and involve so many changes. Especially according to Zhua, there is another inexplicable force under the observation of your qi-observing technique. There is an inexplicable feng shui qi-observing scholar. This person has the most treacherous mind, and the motive is even worse. Zhua, which side do you think this qi-observing scholar secretly manipulates or influences the Wang family? Do you have any guesses?" Chapter 1148. Zhua Xiaoduo shook his head. "That person is very cautious, so cautious that not only has he not shown his face until now, he has not even left any traces behind. Naturally, there is no evidence to prove his identity and origin. Also, this geomancy that involves heaven and earth has not been completed until now. So, there's no way to find out." Li Chenglong said thoughtfully. Then, "Have you gained anything from your physiognomy?" "Physiognomy? You mean my physiognomy?" "Yes. Now that the relationship between us and the enemy is clear, our physiognomy, and even the physiognomy of the Liu family head and the others can indirectly reflect the situation of the enemy." Li Chenglong said, "What about this?" His words woke her up from her dream. Zhua Xiaoduo's heart trembled. That's right, this was such an obvious direction. His strength had increased too quickly during this period of time, and he had neglected this aspect that physiognomy was his fundamental means. Yes, looking at oneself is not necessarily not looking at the enemy, looking at the opponent. The moment of enlightenment made Zhua Xiaoduo feel very energetic. This path was definitely feasible. Furthermore, physiognomy was a great way to help others and oneself. If he really looked at them one by one, just the income of providence points alone would be extremely impressive. So Xiaoduo immediately opened his eyes wide and focused on Li Chenglong and the others, intending to read their physiognomy first. Originally, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought that his cultivation had improved greatly, and spying on the physiognomy of Li Chenglong and the others would definitely be twice the result with half the effort, and it would be easy for him to see clearly. But when he took a closer look, his eyes, which were already wide open, almost popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with horror. What the hell? What happened to your cultivations? Could it be that you guys ate a feast of immortal pills? Did you guys fly one by one? Because what he saw in front of him were 12 gods at the peak of the mysterious realm, and they were the kind that had been suppressed to the extreme. However, in terms of cultivation level, he was not at all inferior to Zhuo Xiaoduo, who boasted that his cultivation had greatly improved. With this in mind, how could Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyeballs not pop out? They were on the verge of bursting out. His heart was shocked to the point where it was about to split apart. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's frightened expression, the 12 of them immediately laughed complacently. They were all inexplicably smug. In the past, it was always you, Zhuo, who acted tough in front of us. Now, the tables have turned, and it's finally our turn. Sure enough, the heavenly Tao was a good reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? How is it? Are you jealous? Long Yuxing asked. What do you think? Jealous? Li Zhongming asked. Hee, are you surprised? Li Chenglong asked. Are you surprised? Wan Li Xiu asked. It should be horror, right? Pai Bao asked. He definitely didn't expect this. Yu Moyan said. I don't even need to say anything if I'm scared. Gao Xiao said. Everyone had a smug look on their faces. It was as if they were saying, I didn't expect you, Zhuo Xiaoduo, to have such a day. They didn't hide it at all. Ioyo. Zhuo Xiaoduo pursed his lips and looked at them from the corner of his eyes. This is incredible. What's the matter? Do you all want to rebel? What's the matter? All of you have improved greatly in your cultivation. Do you still want to beat me up? Everyone shrugged and looked at him from the corner of their eyes. They provoked him. So what if we want to beat you up? Even if you, Zhuo, are at the peak of the profound returning realm, even if we can't beat you one-on-one, do you think we can't beat you with so many of us? At most, it's because sister-in-law is here. If we don't beat you to death, it'll be the end. Wan Lixiu took a step forward and gently held Zhuo Xiaoyan's arm. Sister-in-law, we definitely won't hit you too hard. Just watch from the side. Zhuo always says that he's the #1 cultivator in the same realm and that he's invincible. However, the path of cultivation can't be too smooth. If it's too smooth, it'll be easy to become complacent. Today, let's take the opportunity to break Zhuo's spirit. What do you think? Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at everyone without saying anything. Then, she looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and didn't say anything for a long time. I'm not worried about him at all. I'm worried about you all. However, since Wan Lixiu said, so that Zhuo Xiaoyan had no choice but to keep quiet. Go ahead and beat him up. After saying this, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt guilty as she looked at the cheering crowd. Ha, you've all said so much. If I don't give you a chance, wouldn't I be the boss in vain? Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up. Today is an auspicious day, and we haven't exchanged pointers for a long time. Let's exchange pointers. I've tortured you so many times. Today, I'll give you a chance to beat me up. It depends on whether you can seize it. Long Yuxing and the others' eyes lit up like light bulbs. Really? Immediately, they began to rub their fists. Obviously, they were all very excited. They couldn't believe that there would be a day where they could beat up Zhuo Xiaoduo again. How could they not be excited? Are you going to fight me one by one or all at once? Zhuo Xiaoduo said disdainfully. Why don't you all come at me together? I'll go first. Long Yuxing laughed. I've been waiting for this opportunity for many years. Zhuo, don't cry later. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. Many years. When I first entered the warrior class, you, Long Yuxing, had a lot of fun beating me up. Today, let's settle the old and new scores together. I want revenge. Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, and the others' faces twitched. You still remember what happened in the past. You even have the nerve to say that you want to settle the old scores? What the? I only beat you 2 or 3 times in the past, but you've beaten me thousands of times in the past few years. You still have a nerve to talk about the old scores? Revenge? Where's your face? Where's your face? You've been holding on to this grudge for too long. Come on, I'll take my revenge today. Bang. So what, take my punch. Long Yuxing saw that the others were eager to give it a try. He was afraid that someone would beat him to it. So he jumped up and started to attack impatiently. Li Changming and Li Chenglong were also rubbing their fists, ready to take over from Long Yuxing at any time. Today, they didn't want to beat him up. He was the one who asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone. Finally, they could vent their anger. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. What? What happened? Because Long Yuxing, who had just rushed up, was slapped to the ground by Zhou Xiaoduo. Damn! How? How did this happen? Long Yuxing had been so arrogant and full of heroic spirit as he charged forward, but in less than a second, he had already been defeated? Puff, 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 puffed. Only the sound of a fierce beating could be heard, followed by Long Yuxing's miserable cry. Forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. I'm wrong. Boss. Boss. It didn't take more than a minute. Long Yuxing's entire body was bruised and swollen, and his entire body was a size bigger than before. So Xiaoduo curled him up and sat on him like a stool. Other than moaning, he couldn't move at all. So Xiaoduo sat on Long Yuxing's body and crossed his legs. Who else wants to beat me up? Come up quickly. I'll let you vent your anger today. Everyone looked at the miserable Long Yuxing, and their eyes were full of fear, and relief. No one said anything for a long time. Everyone had the same thought. Fortunately, the first one to rush up was not me. Ha! No. Li Chenglong shook his head like a rattle drum. I've always been loyal to Boss, Li Changming said. Boss is wise and powerful and will rule the world forever, Xiang Chong said. I only have respect for Boss, unlike Long Yuxing's wild ambition. Even if he's my man, I'll say the same. Boss is invincible because of his ability. Wan Li Xiu said with emotion. I've never fought with Boss. I won't even if I can beat him, let alone if I can't, Yu Moyan said. I've always admired Boss, Gao Qiao said. I don't dare. Zhen Piapiao shook her head with fear. Don't push me, Pai Yibao screamed. I'm destined to never go against Boss, and sister-in-law is next to him. Even if I can beat him, I can't let Zhou lose face. Everyone wiped their cold sweat in unison. Long Yuxing was really a good person. If it wasn't for him, the one being beaten up and sitting on a chair would be me, and it's all thanks to Long Yuxing. Ha, this really makes people gloat. Wan Li Xiu, Li Chenglong said with dissatisfaction. What did you say just now? There's no love between husband and wife. Can't you see your man being beaten up so badly? Why don't you go up and help your man? Wan Li Xiu looked indifferent and shook her head like a rattle drum. Li Chenglong, don't talk nonsense. Zhou is doing this for him to grow up and increase his experience. What beating? This is all love, you know? Just because he's my man, I want him to improve. How can steel be forged? Isn't it just by forging? Wan Li Xiu said, Thank you for spurring Long Yuxing. Feel free to spur him more in the future. Xiu Long Yuxing shouted under Zhou Xiaoduo's, but you're right. Everyone didn't expect that they still couldn't catch up with Zhou Xiaoduo, even though they had reached the sky in one step. What kind of achievement is this? It's just a one-step failure. Gao Qiao muttered. Okay, your cultivation has risen sharply and caught up with my current realm in one breath. There must be something going on. What's going on? Tell me. Do you still want to keep hiding it? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with great interest. It's like this. Li Chenglong began to explain the whole story of the heavenly fruit in a single step. Then he took out the tree and said, There are 6 fruits on it. What we mean is that Boss Zhou and his wife should eat 2 and donate the remaining 4 to the authorities. This is the original plan. What do you think, Zhou? Good stuff, very good stuff. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Since both of you have already decided, then let's do it. I believe in your judgment. He pondered for a moment and said, This heaven in one-step fruit is not only useful for relatively low-level martial artists, but also for high-level martial artists. If you must donate it, then it's better to give it to the top, or it'll be more reciprocal. Of course, we know that, but it's not like we don't have any channels. Gao Xiao suggested that we take the Yu family's path. But if we take the Yu family's path, we'll have to give them at least one of the fruits. I'm a little hesitant, especially with the current situation. I've been considering whether we should use these 4 fruits as bargaining chips to ask the higher-ups to help us deal with the Wang family. Hee hee. No need to go through so much trouble. So Xiao Duo laughed. You don't have channels, but I do. Hee hee. Everyone inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines, causing them to shudder. Where in the world did Boss will learn such a terrifying laughter? Where did you get the channels? Everyone was puzzled. You mysteriously disappeared for a few days, and you got the channels? GGG. So Xiao Duo was extremely proud. He shook his head and said, let me tell you a big secret. Your boss, I, am the most authentic second generation. GGG. Guess what kind of second generation I am? Hee hee. Guess your head. Everyone laughed, especially Li Chenglong, Wan Li Xiu, and the others who were also from Phoenix City Second High. Their eyes were full of disdain. Okay, you're awesome. You have the channels. You can donate it. But you said you're second generation. Then we can only laugh. We all grew up together. How could we, who were born in the same place as you, not know your background? Second generation? Authentic? In your dreams. Yes, it was just a dream. Boss Swa had been longing to be a rich second generation for a long time. Everyone knew this. It was the same when he was in number 2 high school, and it was still the same when he was in Fenghai Qianlong. Everyone could understand very well. As for guessing that we're not that bored, the ownership of the remaining 4 fruits is still for later. Zhua and sister-in-law, hurry up and eat these 2. Li Chenglong urged. It's a fact that we don't have enough strength. If you can use these 2 fruits to cultivate in seclusion and make a breakthrough, it'll be of great help to our future actions. Okay, so Xiao Duo was not pretentious at all. He agreed and said, it seems that all of you have suppressed your cultivation to the limit, right? Yes. Everyone nodded. Then do you want to suppress it a few more times? So Xiao Duo smiled proudly. Of course we wanna. The process of suppressing it a few more times was painful, but it would be of great benefit to the huge expansion of the road of martial arts in the future. Who wouldn't want to? Our cultivation increased greatly this time. Most of it was because of the strong medicinal power of the ascending to heaven in 1-step fruit. Now, everyone's degree of suppression is the same all 9 times. Li Chenglong said, Swa, do you have any other good ideas? I do have a good idea to help you go 1 step further and reach a higher level. So Xiao Duo generously threw out 12 small jade bottles and said, there's a drop of 9 heaven spirit spring water in each jade bottle. After drinking it, it will expel the impurities in the genuine qi to the maximum limit and transform the genuine qi into the purest spiritual qi. Since you've suppressed it to 9 times, with the effect of this drop of 9 heaven spirit spring water, each of you can suppress it at least 3 to 5 times. It won't be a problem. Wow. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother is wise and mighty. Long Yuxing shouted under Xiaoduo's butt. Everyone. Swollen also said that we don't have enough strength now. We'll talk about other things later. Let's improve our strength first. So Xiaoduo said, you take it first. Your sister-in-law, and I will protect you. The 12 people didn't stand on ceremony and took the bottles. When they were about to take it, Zhua Xiaoyan, who had been silent for a long time, said, girls, follow me. This will be a bit awkward. This reminder reminded Gao, Xiao, and the others of the awkwardness when they took the heaven-ascending fruit in 1 step last time. They couldn't help but glare at Zhui Xiaoduo fiercely and hurriedly follows with Xiaoyan. Why are you looking at me? That look is so fierce. What did I do wrong? Zhui Xiaoduo touched his nose and said, I just want to watch the fun. Do you have to look at me like that? Long Yuxing and the others' faces were twisted. They were almost killed by Zhua again. They had already experienced this kind of awkwardness once. If it happened again in a short period of time, they would probably break up soon. Zhui Xiaoduo and Zhui Xiaoyan stood guard for everyone. This time, the suppression of vital energy didn't last very long. After an hour, everyone was done. They took a bath and changed their clothes. They gathered neatly in the courtyard again. Zhuo quickly planted the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. After this incident, his void-exterminating pagoda was naturally exposed. After that, it was Zhuo and Zhuo turn to enter the Tower of Annihilation. They took the heaven-ascending fruit in one step and completed the upgrade. However, to Zhuo surprise, the effect of the heaven-ascending fruit was a bit too great. It pushed her cultivation to the peak again and again. She tried to suppress it again and again, but finally, she couldn't suppress it anymore. Even after taking the 9 heavens spirit spring water, the pure vital energy and spiritual energy, she still couldn't suppress it. She had to break through the bottleneck of the peak of the profound returning realm and go one step further. She broke through to the realm of ascension. In the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo felt as if she was free from the restrictions of the earth. With just a thought, she could directly fly in the sky. Moreover, she could fly for a long time without using any spiritual energy. At the same time, a sense of enlightenment rose from the bottom of her heart. With a change of mind, she suddenly felt that the sky above her head and the earth below her feet had merged into one with her. That kind of majestic aura rose spontaneously. So this is the so-called realm of ascension. Zhuo felt enlightened. She had a clear understanding of this new realm. She tried hard to strengthen her aura as she meditated. The power of the heaven-ascending fruit was still being emitted. There was still some left. Zhuo tried her best to absorb it, but on the other hand, Zhuo had already suppressed his profound returning realm pinnacle for more than 10 times. With the help of the heaven-ascending fruit, he suppressed it for another 30 times. With the help of the 9 heavens spirit spring water and luck points, he suppressed his vital energy to an exaggerated level of 56 times. He kept bursting, compressing, bursting again, and compressing again. The cycle repeated, one after another. Zhuo did not dare to be careless. He tried his best to suppress it. Whether or not he could surpass Nian depended on this time and time again, so Zhuo felt as if he could not suppress it anymore. However, he did not give up. No matter how crazy the medicinal power of the heaven-ascending fruit surged, he would always use all his strength to suppress it. This cycle repeated. In the end, he even forgot how many times he had suppressed the restlessness of his vital energy. Finally, he stopped at the critical point. Ordinary people who ate the heaven-ascending fruit were suppressed to the pinnacle of the profound returning realm pinnacle by Zhuo. He had completely absorbed the medicinal power. It had to be said that this was a miracle, a true miracle, because in terms of cultivation, Zhuo's cultivation was still at the pinnacle of the profound returning realm. It seemed that he had not advanced at all, but in reality, he had strengthened his foundation more than 60 times. He already had the enlightenment of the flying realm. He only needed the last buffer period to break through and surpass his predecessors. However, Zhuo did not want to break through just yet. He still felt that the suppression was too little, but there was almost no space left for him to compress. I wonder if I can catch up to Nian after this breakthrough? Zhuo thought to himself. Yes, this was his greatest obsession at the moment. According to his mother, as long as he broke through to the flying realm, he could consummate his marriage. But, as a man, if he could not defeat his wife with his own strength, it would be bad, right? The reason why Zhuo worked so hard was because he hoped to surpass Zhuo one day. No matter how incredible it seemed to others, as long as he did not surpass Zhuo felt that his efforts were not enough. The two of them completed the breakthrough process in the Tower of Annihilation. When they came out, less than 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. This made Li Chenglong and the others feel the difference in the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation. Let's not look for a place to stay. It's so troublesome to look for a hotel, Li Chenglong said. During our time in Shangjing, let's enter Zhuo's Tower of Annihilation to rest every night. It's not a problem if you want to stay. Zhuo said, but let's be clear, there are no individual rooms in there. What's there to be afraid of? We can build it ourselves. Li Chenglong and the others were very straightforward. We'll prepare the things now and go in to build it later. Then there's no problem. So Xiaoduo thought for a moment. It was good to let this group of people in. At least they could continuously increase their cultivation and catch up with the progress. Although it was good to reach the heavens in a single bound, such an opportunity was destined to not happen again. It was already a pleasant surprise to have such an opportunity. You can go shopping now. I have some other things to do. Li Chenglong led the group out to buy things. Xiang Chong frowned and said, "Brother-in-law, about Xuejuan." Li Chenglong coughed and said, "We've just reunited. There are too many things. Let's slowly straighten them out one by one. Wait until tonight. Let's talk to Zhuo alone. What if you cry in public again? Also, there's something I need to say first." Li Chenglong looked at Xiang Chong and said, "You have to be mentally prepared." Xiang Chong was shocked. He nodded silently and could not help but feel sad. "Why?" Xiang Bing asked. So it clearly saw our faces just now, but he didn't say anything. Li Chenglong said slowly, "I'm worried that he has seen something," but he didn't say anything. Obviously, it's not suitable to say in public. So when Xiang Chong wanted to say something, I stopped him. Chapter 1149. Xiang Chong nodded with a heavy heart. "Okay, let's talk in private later." He sighed. Xiang Bing said, "Besides, if you cry in front of so many people." Although everyone knew what was going on, it would not be strange if Xiang Chong cried when everyone gathered to discuss this matter. Xiang Bing was Xiang Chong's sister. She naturally knew her brother. He was 4 meters tall and weighed more than 100 kilograms. He was tall and strong like a black bear, but he liked to cry sometimes. He would often raise his head and cry loudly, like a black bear howling at the moon. That whenever that happened, her father and grandfather would not beat him. Xiang Chong was angry. He bared his teeth and said, "You're the one who cries." Xiang Bing snorted. She then looked at Li Chenglong with satisfaction. "My family is swollen. You're so considerate." However, her brother's matter was difficult to deal with. She needed to discuss secretly later to see if Li Chenglong could persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo. If there was no hope, she could use physiognomy to change her brother's target on the other side. Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the room to look for Lei Chantian. "Grandpa, what? You have to help me this time. I have a cold, a serious cold. My throat is inflamed and I can't talk much. I feel weak all over. I can't even get out of bed, let alone fight. I don't want you to help me kill someone. I want you to help me with something else." "What is it?" "I need to go back to Fenghai now, but I can't let anyone in Shangjing know about this. I need to come back as soon as possible. So..." Lei Chantian heard this and felt that there was no problem. "Okay, I'll cover my breath and send you back. I promise you'll be so fast that you won't believe it." "Okay, thank you, Grandpa." Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally needed to go back to collect the Astral Soul's Jade Powder. The Astral Soul's Jade Powder in the Tower of Annihilation was extremely scarce. Xiao Long was already anxiously waiting. "Go away." Lei Chantian grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo. He didn't feel cold anymore. Instead, he leaped into the air energetically and silently left the city's protective shield. Then, he tore open the space and stepped into it. In just a few minutes, Lei Chantian, who had been continuously tearing through space, had returned to Fenghai with Zhuo Xiaoduo. That was fast. Zhuo Xiaoduo was truly dazzled and in disbelief. To an almighty at this level of cultivation, distance really didn't count for much. Seeing that Fenghai had arrived, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not say anything and landed in front of Mr. Sun's door. In this 1 month, Mr. Sun had been anxiously waiting for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The Astral Soul's Jade Powder in his hands had been piled up like a mountain. That was the result of hiring people at all costs and constantly increasing the number. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to put it down that there were several mountains like this, and he was still buying them. He didn't dare to stop. After all, the Astral Soul's Jade Powder was really worthless. It only occupied a place. As long as Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to buy it, it would be a huge profit. He knew that young master would only think that it was too little. He would never think that it was too much. Before he left, he had solemnly reminded him again that, however, Hundreds of trucks were dumped here every day. Looking at the mountain of Astral Souls jade powder, Mr. Sun couldn't help but worry. If there was a gust of wind, there'd be a landslide. He was afraid that the nearby houses would be submerged. That would be a big disaster. However, the territory under his control had been expanded to the limit. The capacity was close to the limit, just as Mr. Sun was smoking his cigarette in frustration. So Xiao Duo, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, finally appeared in front of him. "Young Master Zhua, you're finally here." Mr. Sun was so excited that he almost cried. "I can't put it down. I really can't put it down. The more the better. I'll clean it up for you now. You continue to do it. Let's work harder and have a pleasant cooperation." How could Xiao Duo think that it was too much? When he saw those mountains, he was so happy that his eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't wait to pounce on them. Collect, 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 collect. That in less than half an hour, the hundreds of acres of land were all cleaned up, revealing the lawn below. He had truly collected every single bit of it. As usual, Xiao Duo paid the bill happily. Then, he gave Mr. Sun an extra 100,000 Astral Souls coins as a bonus, plus 2 trucks of cigarettes, wine, sugar, tea, and other high-end supplements. Then, he left another 500,000 Astral Souls coins. "Mr. Sun, don't be afraid of more. The more the better. Continue to collect. There's no end to it." "Understood, understood." Mr. Sun smiled like a blooming flower. This money was really easy to earn. It was almost like a small investment and a huge profit that after leaving Mr. Sun's place, Xiao Duo went out of the city without stopping. He collected all the Astral Souls jade powder mountain outside the city. Only then was he satisfied. It was true that many little drops made a mickle. After accumulating for a period of time, the surprise was unprecedentedly huge. Too much. It was really too much. So Xiao Duo calculated that the Astral Souls jade powder that he had accumulated since he was kidnapped by his grandfather until today was almost half of the total amount of Astral Souls jade powder that he had collected before. In the face of so many Astral Souls jade powder, Xiaolong, who had been worried for a few days and was about to run out of food, suddenly felt invigorated. He started to work tirelessly, covering all directions. On the other hand, Xiao Duo started to move many of his things to the other side of the mountain. The Huahuang sword also automatically hit itself. After busying himself for a while, Xiao Duo saw Zhang Xuejuan, who was still unconscious. He subconsciously patted his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this girl, thinking of how Xiang Chong wanted to say something but stopped in front of him, and how he was chased away by him to get supplies? Xiao Duo couldn't help but feel amused. But then he frowned. How to justify himself and how to save Zhang Xuejuan was easy. The real problem now was how to wake Zhang Xuejuan up. "Why you still need the Astral Souls jade powder?" Lei Changtian, who had been following him, was puzzled. "There's a lot of Astral Souls jade powder. What's the use of it? You can have as much as you want." Xiao Duo was stunned for a moment. He turned his head in surprise. "Grandfather, do you know where I can find a lot of this stuff? Can you get it? Isn't that easy?" Lei Changtian was dismissive. "Just tell me how much you want." "I want. The more the better. If you can get enough Astral Souls jade powder to drown the entire Fenghai city, I'll be happy." "Easy. It's a piece of cake." Lei Changtian took on the responsibility. "I'll make a phone call and collect all of it for you. You can have as much as you want." "Grandfather, you're such a good person. You're my dearest grandfather." Xiao Duo immediately leaned forward, shaking his head and wagging his tail. "Grandfather, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Hurry up and get me as much as you want." Lei Zhangtian laughed. "Just you wait." He did not delay. He took out his phone and called by Yunduo. "Yunduo, your little junior brother needs a large amount of Astral Souls jade powder. Give the order and get a batch. The more the better." "Astral Souls jade powder? I've been doing it. I've collected all the Astral Souls jade powder near Fenghai City. As long as there's enough for a space ring, I'll send it outside Fenghai City. This is the work that Master and Mistress have ordered long ago." "Why?" Lei Changtian was speechless. "Yes, He was embarrassed again. Damn, you've been doing it all this time. Or did Zwa and my daughter instruct you to do it long ago? Then if I open my mouth now, it won't even be considered a cliché. At most, it'll be that. But I've already bragged to my grandson. How am I going to break this? I'm really anxious. It's fine if I don't help to beat people up. If I can't even get some worthless powder, then what's the use of being a grandfather? Why do I have to be a grandfather? But, only around Fenghai City? Yinduo, I think it's just that the actions in Fenghai City are too insignificant. How about this? Divide all the cities in the Astral Souls continent into 9 districts. Each district will have a piece of land dedicated to storing the Astral Souls jade powder. All the Astral Souls jade powder must be sent there on time. If anyone dares to waste it, punish them directly. Lei Chantian instructed. Punish them? Are you kidding me? Bai Yunduo was speechless. The Star Soul jade powder was a leftover waste left behind by cultivators during their cultivation. Anyone who used the Star Soul jade to aid their cultivation would be able to obtain it. If there were no special orders, then that little bit of powder could only be casually thrown away. Just because of this, you want to punish him? Are you being unreasonable? This is something that doesn't make sense no matter where you go. Let's do it this way. Since you're in Shangjing, you can control the flow of the Astral Souls jade powder in Shangjing, then send it to. I think that Dingjun platform is a good place. It's spacious enough. Send it to Dingjun platform? Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Shangjing is such a big place. It shouldn't be difficult to get 10 to 20 million tons of powder in 3 days, right? 10 to 20 million tons in 3 days. Bai Yunduo felt a little dizzy. Do you have any idea? Do you think it's a stone or a lus? It's settled. You can go and do it. Lei Chantian ordered and hung up the phone. Duo, don't worry. Once Grandpa makes a move, all the Astral Souls jade powder in the continent will be yours. I've already given the order to divide the continent into 9 big areas. Each area will have a collection center for the Astral Souls jade powder. All the Astral Souls jade powder in this area will be sent here. In the future, you can go around once a month and collect as much as you want. Lei Chantian said, especially in Shangjing. I've already arranged for 20 million tons of Astral Souls jade powder to be gathered at Dingjun platform within 3 days. You can go there and collect first to test the waters. Okay, so Xiao Duo was so happy that his molars were showing. Grandpa, you're so awesome. You're so awesome. Grandpa, I love you. He could get whatever he wanted. The life of the second generation was so dry and boring that Lei Chantian was so happy that flowers bloomed in his heart. He smiled kindly and proudly. Hee. Chapter 1150. My good grandson, I can give you whatever you want. Lei Chantian was completely carried away by his grandson's admiring gaze. As long as it's something that exists in the 3 continents, I can get it for you. Everything is a piece of cake. For your grandfather, the demon ancestor, it's not a problem at all. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly lit up. Grandfather, it said that the flood, which is also famous for her twin hammers. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer is famous in the 3 continents. Once she uses it, the sky will turn blood red and the earth will shake. Can you get it? Ga. Lei Changtian's eyes widened. This sentence. Why can't I understand it at all? Aren't you using the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer now? What does it mean? Is it testing my eyesight? Xiao Duo, your current hammering technique. Lei Changtian chose his words carefully. My current hammering technique is also not bad. It was given to me by my godfather. However, it's still not as good as the Flood Witch's unparalleled hammering technique that can shake astral souls, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Cough, cough. Godfather? Lei Chantian was dumbfounded. His brain was spinning so fast that his brain almost stopped working. Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. What's with your reaction? Lei Chantian coughed without warning. Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, he felt that his heart was moving very strangely. If my guess is true, then wouldn't that old bastard Flood have to call me uncle? That's how it should be, right? But that blood feud, Lei Chantian was very conflicted. It seems that this kid still doesn't know that the flood, which is his godfather, but this matter is what definitely knows. He might even be the one who facilitated it. But they didn't say anything, then I definitely can't say anything. During this period of time, I've already revealed too many secrets. If I were to reveal even more secrets that I shouldn't, I reckon my bones would be torn apart. I can't do Flood's hammering technique. It's beyond my ability, Lei Chantian said straightforwardly. When he spoke, his face was full of smiles, and he looked a little proud. Xiaoduo was a little confused. If you can't do it, then why are you smiling so proudly? It was as if he had taken advantage of the situation. Shouldn't he feel guilty? What should we do now? Back to Shangjing? Lei Chantian asked proudly. Back to Shangjing. Xiaoduo looked at him strangely. Grandpa's mental state seemed to be a little problematic. In fact, Xiaoduo did not have much hope. His grandfather and the flood, which were enemies. How could he possibly get the other party's trump card? The other party was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the 3 continents, so it was normal for them to not be able to deal with him. Therefore, he wasn't disappointed when he heard this reply. But this reaction. Next, Lei Chantian picked up Xiaoduo as if he was carrying a puppy. With a whoosh, he flew into the sky, tore through space, and stepped into the space that, including the times Xiaoduo spent collecting the astral soul's jade powder and arranging the work, it didn't take more than 2 hours in total. In these 2 hours, Li Chenglong and the others had already bought all the materials and were waiting here. When they saw Xiaoduo return, they immediately surrounded him. We still have to wait a while. Xiaoduo said, the interior is being renovated. Renovated? What renovated? Everyone was puzzled. Didn't he say that they were going to build the house themselves? The house hadn't been built yet, so what were they going to renovate? Naturally, they didn't know that Xiaoduo's so-called renovation was actually Xiao Long digesting the astral soul's jade powder inside. After this huge absorption, according to Xiaoduo's estimation, the time flow of the air exterminating tower would probably be increased by another step. The reality was just as Xiaoduo predicted. When Xiao Long reported it, he was pleasantly surprised. Previously, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to more than 3 months in the inner world. This ratio is already quite significant. Furthermore, after Elder One injected his life force into this space has completely stabilized. Now, all we need to do is to continuously absorb large amounts of Star Soul Jade powder, and it will be able to steadily evolve. This time, we can increase the time by another 20 days from the original basis. In other words, 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 4 months in the inner realm. 1 day was equivalent to 120 days, a full 4 months, and a single night was equivalent to 2 months. That such a time flow ratio was simply too sufficient. After confirming the situation, Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Come in. If there's anything, we can talk inside. Xiaoduo waved his hand and opened a light door. Everyone filed in and looked around. As soon as they saw it, everyone was shocked and had different expressions. Damn, it's so big inside. I thought Li Chenglong's place was already big enough. I didn't expect Zhua's place to be even bigger. As expected of Zhua, he's bigger than Li Chenglong, much bigger and really strong. How is Li Chenglong big? Compared to Zhua's, it's almost the same, if not the same, right? Li Zhongming, who was talking dirty, was pinned to the ground by several people and beaten up. It's so comfortable here. This grass, this sky, this. There's actually a mountain. Li Chenglong was in a bad mood. My place is called a cave, but it's actually a cave. But Zhua's place is basically a world. There'll be plenty of time to appreciate it later. You guys should hurry up and build a house. Li Chenglong directed, and Gao Xiao hurriedly went to build her own house. Everyone was a high-level warrior, and doing this kind of work shouldn't take much effort, right? Li Chenglong pulled Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Xiaoduo to the side. So there's something. The face you saw, Xiang Chong's face. Do you still remember it? Xiaoduo said, I remember. What's wrong? Sigh. Li Chenglong sighed. Zhan Xuejuan was taken away. The situation was very strange at that time. As he spoke, he recounted everything from the beginning to the end. Zhua, can you calculate how we can find Xiang Bing's sister-in-law? Do you have any specific feasible methods? Xiang Chong looked at Zhua Xiaoduo from the side with a pleading face. Xiang Bing's face was also full of anticipation. Let me calculate. She was taken away. Zhua Xiaoduo furrowed his brows and raised his fingers to form a series of hand seals. His face was solemn and serious. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Zhua Xiaoduo. Zhua Xiaoduo pretended to be mysterious for a while. Then, he opened his eyes and said, I calculated it. You calculated it? Xiang Chong rushed up. Zhua Xuejuan, where? Where is she? Zhua Xiaoduo sighed and said, She's waiting for your summons. But she's not in a good condition now. She should be in a deep coma. Huh? Xiang Chong said, How do I summon her? How do I summon her? It's simple. You just have to shout here. As long as you're sincere enough, there will be a response. Zhua Xiaoduo said. Slap. Zhua Xiaoyan slapped Zhua Xiaoduo on the back of his head. You're still joking at a time like this? Is this something you can joke about? Zhua Xiaoduo touched his head sadly. I'm not. Hurry up. Okay. Under the stunned gazes of Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing, Zhua Xiaoduo waved his hand. A bed suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the soft bedding, there was a person lying quietly. Ah! Xiang Bing screamed. Xuejuan. Xiang Chong's eyes turned red. He was surprised and happy at the same time. Blood rushed to his head, and he felt dizzy. He felt like he was in a dream. How did the missing Zhan Xuejuan appear when Zhua waved his hand? She wasn't pulled in by a monster. How could it be? Why went out to train? Ahem, I was training in the interior of the Umno Alliance. I happened to pass by a forest in the interior of the Umno Alliance. I didn't expect it to be inhabited by demons. After that, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but I happened to see Xuejuan being captured by them. Since we all know each other, I naturally saved her. Zhua Xiaoduo casually explained the situation. Thank you, boss. Xiang Chong bowed deeply. The 2-meter-tall, burly man couldn't stop his tears. Boss, I'll remember this. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed and said, Why do I feel that it's not right for us to thank each other? Forget it, this isn't the main point now. The sincere call I told you just now was not an illusion. She's seriously injured now, and she's been infected by demons. Her mind is in a mess. I've tried everything, but I can't wake her up. Maybe the call of a lover can be of some use? Zhua Xiaoduo rubbed his chin and said, It's always like this in TV dramas. This is the main point now, the key point. Zhua Xiaoduo wasn't lying at all. He was really worried. According to what the God-killing spear said, Zhan Xuejuan had to wake up on her own. It was basically impossible to rely on external forces. Otherwise, Zhua Xiaoduo would have asked his grandfather to help wake Zhan Xuejuan up. What's more, even if Zhan Xuejuan woke up, the fierceness of the God-killing spear would not disappear. In other words, compared to the past, Zhan Xuejuan's temperament would definitely change to a certain extent. But when she would wake up, and how her temperament would change, no one could say for sure. It's okay, it's okay. Xiang Chong smiled with tears in his eyes and said, No matter what happens to her, I'm already satisfied that I can see her again. I will patiently wait for her to come back. Wait for her to wake up. He sat by the bed and looked at Zhan Xuejuan's unconscious face. He only felt that his heart had suddenly settled down, and he was no longer as helpless as before. As long as she was still around, as long as she was still by his side, that was good. It meant that he had someone to rely on, and that he had a place to return to. What was there to be afraid of when she was unconscious? As long as she was still around, that was more important than anything else. Li Chenglong was silent for a long time. Zhua Xiao was tripped to the Umno Alliance. Although it was said lightly and casually, Li Chenglong and the others could imagine that it must have been full of dangers. If it wasn't for the dangers and tribulations that he had experienced, how could Zhua Xiao's cultivation improve so quickly and so much? Even if the others had taken the ascending to heaven in a single step fruit, they still couldn't catch up. Just from a previous words, it could be seen that not only did he train in the Umno Alliance, But also in the process of training, he encountered the Devil clan that was not from the three continents. The degree of danger could be imagined. Chapter 1151. However, Xiaoduo didn't say a single word about the details. He only said a few words casually. Even if Li Chenglong and the others didn't pursue the matter, how could they not know the truth in their hearts? Let's keep some things to talk about. We'll talk about it when we have nothing to brag about in the future. Li Chenglong turned around and said, "Let's build a house according to the plan. From now on, this will be our base. Everyone can gather here." So Xiaoduo stared at them and said, "Who said this place belongs to you? Let me tell you, you can come here to cultivate and make a breakthrough, but there are conditions. Everyone has to pay rent. Don't stare at me with your big eyes. Are you saying that you don't have to pay to buy a house, rent a house, or stay in a hotel? Why do you want to eat and stay for free when you come to my place? It's okay, it's okay. Zwa, you can settle the bill yourself. How can we not pay? No matter how much you say, we'll pay. We won't bargain." Li Chenglong took Xiangbing to build the house as if nothing had happened and said, "When you settle the bill, I'll pay immediately. Let me see. Let's set up a temporary stay here for 100 years. 100 years? Zwa Xiaoduo was stunned. His eyes were wide open. Since you want to settle the bill, are you, the landlord, afraid that the tenant will stay here for a long time? Isn't it true that the longer the tenant stays, the more money you'll earn? Then give it to me now. No matter if it's heaven and earth treasures or divine weapons, I won't be picky. What's the rush? Owe it to me first, and we'll settle it together. It's not like I haven't owed you money before. Fuck. Then when are you going to pay me back? I'll pay you back in this life." The 12 of them shouted at the same time. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched and his eyes squinted. Fuck, there was only one Li Chenglong in the past. Now all of you are following his example. Can't you learn from him? Can't you be more shameless? Zhuo Xiaoduo's cry of grief and indignation echoed in the air. Inside the Void Extermination Tower, 8 big courtyards rose from the ground one after another. Each courtyard occupied more than 2 acres of land. Why were there only 8 courtyards for 12 people? Because Dahihi, single dogs, wouldn't understand this problem. Looking at the walls of the courtyard, he could see that they were all very imposing. The walls were heavily fortified and were at least 30 feet tall. There was only one place for the main gate. And then inside, the layout of the interior was rather unsatisfactory at the moment. It was true that these fellows were far stronger than ordinary people, and their cultivations were profound. Moving mountains was a piece of cake for them. However, when it came to building a house, how could it be so simple? There were 360 professions, and every profession had its own master. It was never just a saying, and every profession had its own mysteries. It was just like how Pai Yibao's seemingly grand and magnificent courtyard only had a shack built inside. It was not much better than a dog kennel. Xiang Chong thought that the house that he had painstakingly built was just a dog kennel. It was neither pleasing to the eye nor useful. Gao Xiao, and Zhun Piapiao really tried their best to build a house. However, while dreams were beautiful, reality was cruel. Their architectural skills were also limited. They were unable to turn the blueprint in their minds into reality. In the end, what they completed was also a shack. Among them, Li Chenglong, who was the most knowledgeable, and Xiang Bing, who was willing to listen to Li Chenglong's instructions, worked very hard. There were 4 walls, but the roof was still bare. They couldn't help but sigh. It was easier said than done. In the end, they had no choice but to line the roof with pieces of wood to cover it. Then, they covered it with a layer of grass curtain. That was the end of the project. Anyway, they didn't have to worry about rain or snow in the Void Extermination Tower. Then, they placed a few poison prevention pearls around the room and courtyard. Even poisonous insects wouldn't dare to enter. As far as the result was concerned, their house was really the most magnificent and the one that was closest to the structure of a house. After the others came over to take a look, they all praised Li Chenglong for his extensive knowledge. He was even good at building houses. They all followed his example and imitated him. When everyone's house was in its embryonic form, they pulled out beds, sofas, bedding, coffee tables, cups, chairs, and other household items from their space rings. A few women even got hammocks, swings, dressing tables, and so on. At least in terms of household items, they were really well-rounded. They had everything they needed, but there were also things they didn't need. Everyone was so busy that they were sweating profusely. However, they were also in high spirits. After all, everyone had the concept of a home. However, they didn't have a small home that truly belonged to them. These shacks, dog kennels, and crude houses were very meaningful and precious to them. Xiang Chong carefully moved Zhan Xuejuan into his kennel. As he moved, he muttered, "Zhua is an old pervert. Xuejuan, let's not be together with him." Zhan Xuejuan wasn't awake. If she was awake, she would probably slap him. "Zhua is an old pervert, but your wife has been in his hands for a long time. Besides, what's the use of moving me here? Aren't we still in his private space?" Finally, it was done. It seemed like a long time had passed. Everyone gathered together excitedly and discussed what else they needed. So as Xiao Duo said proudly, "You guys have to be careful at night. As the ruler of this space, I can see everything that's going on inside. Don't accidentally see a bunch of naked buttocks." As soon as he said that, the girls immediately blushed. When they thought about it carefully, they couldn't help but feel even more terrified. This matter was very serious. Zhou Xiaoyan picked up Zhou Xiaoduo and gave him a good beating. She comforted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The situation is not that serious. At most, he can scan his space ring and roughly know where the things are. It's nonsense to say that he can see everything. Especially everything in a house, he can't see anything." With Zhou Xiaoyan's endorsement, everyone was relieved. Then, they swarmed forward and joined forces with Zhou Xiaoyan to beat up Zhou Xiaoduo. Gao Qiao gritted her teeth and threatened, "Zhou, I don't have any defense at my place. Do you dare to come and see?" Zhan Piao's face turned red, but she gritted her teeth and said, "Do you dare to look? Look if you have the guts." Zhou Xiaoyan put on a fierce face. "Do you dare to look?" Zhou Xiaoduo begged for mercy loudly. "I don't dare. I don't have the guts. Spare my life. I was just joking. Actually, I can't see anything." "Really? Haha." When everyone saw Zhou Xiaoduo's wretched state, they were all overjoyed. They couldn't wait to see Zhou Xiaoduo like this every day. They also felt that it was so easy to deal with Zhou Xiaoduo together with Zhou Xiaoyan. It was so easy and joyful without any effort. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoyan's combat power was stronger than Zhou Xiaoduo's? She was much stronger. Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up. They felt that they had found another new backer after Qin Fangyang and Wen Xingtian. The 12 people who had low moral integrity immediately saw Zhou Xiaoyan as the person they should curry favor with the most. "Sister-in-law, I made this myself. Try it." "Sister-in-law, I got this by accident last time." "Sister-in-law, this is..." "Sister-in-law, don't think that this thing looks ordinary." Actually, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Xiaoyan had received a pile of gifts. She didn't even know where they came from. "Boss, it's been a day, right?" Xiang Bing was a little anxious. "What's the situation outside?" "Don't worry." Zhou Xiaoduo crossed his legs and said calmly, "The flow of time in here is very different from the outside world." "Very different? What's the specific difference?" "If we calculate according to the time outside, 120 days in here is only 1 day outside," Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly. "Doesn't that mean 1 day outside is equivalent to 4 months in here?" Li Chenglong and the others were stunned. 1 day is equivalent to 120 days? 3 days outside is 1 year inside? 1 year outside is 120 years inside. Li Chenglong said, "Boss, if what you said is true, then if a new ginseng is planted here in the outside world, it will only take 10 years for that new ginseng to grow into a 1,000-year-old ginseng." So Xiaoduo said proudly, "That's what I mean." Then the ascending to heaven in one step fruit tree. Will it take another 30 years to mature again? I'm afraid it won't take that long. So Xiaoduo said proudly, because this space of mine is still in the process of being perfected. In the future, the flow of time will only be faster. My ideal plan is 1 day in the outside world is 100 years in here. When I reach this goal, it's almost done. Li Chenglong stared blankly. Wait. We've been working here for 7 hours. In fact, it's only been a few minutes outside since we came in. Yeah, did you just figure out? Everyone was clamoring to witness it. So Xiaoduo had to bring everyone out. Looking at the almost constant flow of time outside, everyone was speechless. No wonders was cultivation is always higher than ours, and so much higher. Even if we get the ascending to heaven in one step, we still can't catch up with him. So this is the truth. Everyone felt that they had discovered the root cause and couldn't help but rub their hands together. Now that we're all in here and enjoy such an abnormal flow of time, doesn't that mean everyone was suddenly excited? Let's practice. One day was equivalent to 4 months of time in the outside world. What kind of heaven-blessed cultivation conditions were this? But only when they were with Zhuo would such a good thing happen, so they couldn't waste it. Li Chenglong didn't go in with the others. It was still daytime. He let them go into practice first, but Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo had other things to do. Zhuo, your secret is finally exposed. Li Chenglong couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 1152. It doesn't matter. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled faintly. He had wanted to share this secret for a long time, but he was stopped. Until now, when everyone could finally enjoy the time, flow, and practice together, there was a sense of relief in his heart. Finally, everyone could move forward side by side. They no longer had to act like thieves every time they entered the Tower of Annihilation. They felt very uncomfortable. It's indeed okay now. Li Chenglong smiled and said, they have already entered my cave residence before and practiced in my cave residence, so they have a certain basic understanding of the different space. When they enter the higher level of the space-type cave residence to practice, they naturally won't be as shocked as they were at the beginning. Moreover, everyone's cultivation has improved, so there won't be that kind of envy and jealousy anymore. This is the most suitable time. Li Chenglong also smiled. In fact, his consideration of this matter was not much less than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. If they continued to hide it, after a long time, everyone's cultivation would be more and more far away from Zhuo Xiaoduo's. When it was time to announce it, there would be a gap instead. And now, everyone was on the same starting line, which was just right. It had to be said that Li Chenglong's consideration was very mature. So Xiaoduo's interest was piqued, and he said, I've always known that you obtained the grotto heaven of an ancient almighty, but I've never personally visited it. Tell me, what's the situation of your grotto heaven? Comparisons are odious. Comparisons are odious. For the time being, the flow of time in my cave abode is 1 day outside and 3 days inside. Li Chenglong's face was a little distorted. I thought this was already very heaven-defying. My void-exterminating pagoda has a special change in the flow of time because of its special foundation. In addition, there are many coincidences and opportunities. Yours is almost done in one step, and its foundation is even more profound. Even if it only has a time ratio of 1 to 3, it is already very good. It is an unparalleled treasure and indeed deserves to be called nature-defying. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was shocked. It's really awesome, Swollen. Li Chenglong was speechless when he heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's boasting. That strong feeling of wanting to beat him up rose up spontaneously. He had never seen such a despicable person. If it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat you, I would have. After that, Li Chenglong ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo and picked up a large pile of files by himself and began to study them in detail. Long Yuxing and the others also ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo. They were either looking around the area of the Tower of Annihilation excitedly, or directly entering the cultivation mode to improve their cultivation and improve their skills. Zhuo Xiaoyan ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo and entertained the guests inside, especially the female guests. She was behaving like a hostess. For a moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo found that he had become a loner, an insignificant character. Thinking of this, he turned around and went to find his grandfather. He still had other important matters to attend to. Grandpa, I have a cold. I just want to talk to you. That's fine. Ahem, it's a small matter. I have a cold and my throat hurts. I can't talk too much. Make it short. I need to rest. It's hard to get up. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, Grandpa, there are 4 fruits here. We don't have much use for them, so we decided to donate them. You know, your grandson's status is low, and I don't know any high-level officials. I can't get in touch with any of them. I can only have a slight connection with you, the demon ancestor. So we'll give these fruits to you. You can distribute them as you see fit. What fruits? Why are you so serious? Lei Chantian couldn't help but feel disdainful. What good things can you find with your abilities? You're just a kid after all. You just found some low-class spiritual fruits and presented them to me as treasures. How many good things have you seen? It's nothing. Just 4 fruits, that's all. So Xiaoduo didn't waste any time. With a flip of his hand, 4 fruits appeared in his hand, and he handed them to Lei Changtian. The fruit of instant success? Damn! Lei Changtian's eyes widened. On the continent, there were countless treasures. On the ground and underground, there were many spiritual roots and spiritual plants that have been discovered and undiscovered. However, if one were to talk about reaching the heavens in a single bound, they wouldn't dare to say that they would reach the peak and take the first place, but they would at least be in the top 3. It wasn't because the fruit's effect was great, but because the fruit had no side effects at all. Even ordinary people without any martial arts aptitude could eat it and get endless benefits. The spiritual energy contained within this fruit could gradually exert its medicinal effects according to the limit of a user's body. This would allow the user to always be in peak condition, but it would definitely not exceed the limit of a user's body. It was truly miraculous. What was even more magical was that the fruit was effective for martial artists of all levels. Regardless of whether it was from martial disciples, nascent soul transformation clouds, flying heavens mixed yuan, or even Lei Chantian now, eating it would have considerable benefits. It had always been a rare treasure that only existed in legends. It was a dream item that even if the demon ancestor racked his brains, he would never have thought that Xiaoduo would take out so many at once. Where did this thing come from? Lei Zhangtian snatched it away. Li Chenglong and the others found it. There were exactly 18 ripe fruits. All 14 of us ate 1 each, so there were 4 left. 18. Wouldn't that be super good stuff that was more than 30,000 years old? Hiss. Lei Chantian took a breath. What about the tree? It was given to me. It's now planted in my annihilation tower. So generous. Lei Chantian didn't know what he was thinking, but he sighed, so loyal. Such a good thing. Those people actually gave it to Xiaoduo without any objection. Sigh. If I found it, why give it to Changchong? Lei Chantian thought for a long time and came to a conclusion. Most likely not. Perhaps if it was just some fruits, he wouldn't be stingy. If there was a surplus, he would definitely share it with the boss. But if it was the fruit tree, the heart-cleansing fruit tree, he most likely wouldn't hand it over. He would only place in a secret place that only he knew and privatize it forever. After coming to this conclusion, Lei Chantian looked at the 4 fruits in his hand again and suddenly felt something different. How was his relationship with the boss? How was it worse than them? Lei Chantian felt that his brain couldn't turn a corner again. Finally, he sighed, "It's good to be young." So Xiaoduo didn't understand and asked, "What?" Lei Chantian didn't speak. After a long time, he finally said, "I hope that your hearts will not change for thousands of years." He said this sentence in a low voice. He hoped that Xiaoduo could hear it, but also hoped that he didn't hear it. He had thought it through. It wasn't that his relationship with his boss wasn't good enough. Instead, it was because, as they grew older, each of them had their own opportunities, and each of them had their own clans. Their thoughts were completely different from those of a single dog who didn't have a clan. Whether it was their mentality, thoughts, everything was different. The difference was too big. So Xiaoduo paused and said softly, "It won't change." Lei Chantian patted him on the shoulder and said, "What do you want?" So Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, "Donors, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Pai Yibao, Wan Li Xiu." He said the names of the 12 people, including Li Chenglong, one by one. "Why isn't your name?" Lei Chantian couldn't help but feel strange when he didn't mention his name. "You don't have to add me this time." So Xiaoduo chuckled and said, "Including me, I reckon that this time's merit will all fall on my head." My identity and origin are no longer a secret in the eyes of the true upper echelons, right? If there are any benefits, as long as it's possible, they will naturally lean towards me. They're the ones who need to show their faces in front of the higher-ups. Not to mention, these fruits of instant success weren't obtained by me at all. It's already a great bargain to get a share of the profits. People should be content with what they have. Lei Changtian squinted his eyes and said, Grandpa is naturally gratified that you can maintain such a state of mind. But there's one thing you might be thinking too much about. Every one of your friends has already shown their faces in front of the higher-ups. They definitely need more than you think. Much more than you think. Hee. So Xiao Duo naturally understood what this meant. He couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Lei Changtian immediately went out to find Bai Yinduo. The 4 fruits of instant success were a big deal. They had to be dealt with as soon as possible. As soon as the demon ancestor met Bai Yinduo, he handed the 4 fruits to her and immediately ordered, These 4 fruits, 1 for you, 1 for Xiao, 1 for Xiaoyu, and the last one for Nan Zhongxian. Bai Yinduo was shocked. Demon ancestor, these 4 fruits of instant success are enough to be regarded as high-level strategic resources. How can they be so easily decided? Lei Changtian said, I brought these fruits over. If I let you eat them, you should eat them. Don't I even have the right to decide on these 4 fruits? Bai Yinduo looked conflicted. I think it's better to let the new prodigies eat them. They'll benefit more. Instant success is not only dependent on one's cultivation realm, but also on one's luck. What the astral souls lack the most right now is the advancement of the top cultivators. Lei Changtian's expression turned grave. Your cultivation hasn't reached the point where you can perceive the tides of heaven and earth, but I've been having a feeling recently that the time is coming. Once the major races return, the current Kashian imperial gods will be reduced to cannon fodder. Most of them will die. The so-called long-term consideration is meaningless. There's no time to improve. When that time comes, it doesn't matter if you're a prodigy or not. Once you become an Anitya Hell Guard, you'll still die. But you're the ones who still have time to improve. Even if you only have a little more accumulation, you'll still be stronger than those kids who have improved by several major realms. Bai Yinduo, but no buts. Just do as I say. Immediately, immediately, immediately. Work overtime tonight. Try to get 2 drafts. Chapter 11:53. Bai Yinduo hesitated. Our talents aren't bad, but our luck isn't. We might not be able to reach the peak. But if we give it to new geniuses, maybe... Geniuses? How many geniuses can a continent produce? Lei Zhongtian pursed his lips and said, Did you see that? There are 14 top geniuses in Little Nienner's courtyard. I also heard that Zhou Yunqing from martial arts high above clouds has had a series of fortuitous encounters. He entered the sword barrow half a year ago and hasn't come out yet. He's being tempered by the boundless sword intent in the sword barrow. Once the body tempering is successful, it will be the embryonic form of a sword god. Now, the martial arts academy in the clouds doesn't do anything. Even that old bastard Gu Qianfan has to drag his 2 crippled legs back to the martial arts academy in the clouds to participate in the protection. They've even mobilized a few of the 9 Heavens Pavilion's consecrators and a few of the Imperial family's consecrators. With Zhou Yunqing and the 14 below, there are 15 peerless geniuses. Peerless geniuses. Lei Changtian said, Think about it. How much luck does the continent have to support so many geniuses? Geniuses like them, who have suppressed their cultivation more than 10 times, have never appeared before. Now that so many of them have appeared, do you think it's just a coincidence? The heavenly Tao has been nurturing this for so long, and it's finally erupting like this. In the past, there were geniuses like this in every generation, but they were all solitary existences. That includes me, your master, your mistress, and even you, little tiger and little fish. Strictly speaking, we don't belong to the same generation. There's always been 1 or 2 of them emerging from the continent. Since when have so many of them appeared at once? Do you think there'll be new geniuses after them? That's impossible. Let's wait for this batch to pass. I'm afraid that within the next 10,000 years, there won't be a new batch of them. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic. Lei Changtian said sternly. I understand, but no buts. You're close to the Heavenly King stage. You're just one step away from the peak of the Astral Souls continent. Don't be so indecisive, all right? Even if your master says that what I did was wrong, I will bear all the consequences. It has nothing to do with you. Lei Changtian took a light breath. In the past, when the dynasties changed, a considerable part of it was due to the flow of destiny. Only with the appearance of the child of destiny would there be a change in dynasty. Therefore, in ancient times, calling the emperor the son of heaven, especially the founding emperor, was truly not wrong. These people have gone through hundreds of battles without dying. Even in desperate situations, they can still escape from death. They can even benefit from misfortune. As for the people he relies on, no matter how strong they are, they can't escape death. He is the only one who can't die, even though he seems to be constantly on the line between life and death. Throughout his life, there were many seemingly coincidental events that pushed him to achieve hegemony. Do you think it's just a coincidence? For example, when the army was mobilized, there was clearly no hope at all, but there was a general on the enemy's side who rebelled. His life was clearly in the hands of the enemy at all times, but he didn't die in the end and even achieved hegemony. Even if he surrendered with ulterior motives and pretended to be polite, he would be appreciated and valued by the enemy. He would be trusted unconditionally. Countless subordinates of the opponent can see that this person is very dangerous. If he is left alive, he will be a great threat. However, the leader just can't kill him. Even if he wants to, it is already too late. The situation is already set. How many fools could be the enemy of such a hegemon? Can't they see it? Are they really that stupid? Don't they know how to read people's hearts and judge the situation? If these kings were really that stupid, they wouldn't even be able to support an ordinary family, let alone a king. They would only be impoverished and be cuckolded. Their wives would have abandoned them long ago. But it is precisely this kind of leader who is so magnanimous towards the most dangerous and fatal opponent of his life. What do you think this is? It's all a coincidence? It's all because the enemy is stupid? It's all because he's smart? Compromising and enduring humiliation in order to survive. Wrong. Bullshit, Lei Changtian said. This is the protection of luck. Before the luck is exhausted, those with great luck will definitely not die. It's impossible not to believe this. Those who succeed have wisdom, cleverness, stratagems, coincidences, and all the above. However, if they don't have enough luck, it's still difficult to succeed. And as long as you reach our level of cultivation, as long as you're not forced into a desperate situation where you can't dodge, you can live as long as the heavens and the earth, and as old as the sun and the moon. But how can you not understand that in this world, there really is heaven's will? This is heaven's will, this is it. And the emergence of Xiao Duo and this group of geniuses is also because of this. But exactly how far they can go is not something we can say for sure, because the current heavenly Tao is incomplete. Lei Changtian patted by Yundua's shoulder and said, as long as I'm in Shangjing, you don't have to worry. Go back and deal with this matter immediately. Just follow my instructions and give the spiritual fruits to these people. Why do you have to take the fruits? Because you're a group of geniuses before Xiaoduo and the others. You're the so-called people blessed by heaven. It's only meaningful for you to take the fruits. Bai Yunduo bit her lip and nodded slowly. As for Dongfang Xingyang and the others, on the surface, it seems that he is more suitable than Nan Zhengxian, but he has been studying the art of aura observation and has revealed too much of heaven's will, so his luck has been greatly damaged. That's why he is no longer the best candidate to take the fruits. If there is a fifth spiritual fruit, of course, I won't miss it. But unfortunately, there isn't a fifth spiritual fruit, or he doesn't have the luck. Seeing Bai Yundua's hesitation, Lei Changtian directly told her the answer in his heart. Then he urged, why aren't you going? Bai Yunduo took a deep breath and said, I'm going now. Then, he bowed respectfully and soared into the sky. Watching her leave, Lei Chantian thought for a while and took out his phone. He called Zhuo Chonglu. This time, he spoke more fluently. Xiao Duo's brothers got 4 fruits to heaven in 1 step and donated them. I gave the fruits to Yin Duo, and asked Xiao Yu, and Nan Zhengxian to take 1 each. Yin Duo, seems to feel bad. Why don't you explain it to them? Zhuo Chonglu didn't hesitate. You did a great job. You're mature and decisive. I'll settle it with them immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lei Chantian's face was full of smiles. He. He. Boss praised me. You did a great job. Mature and decisive. Ha. Lei Chantian's old face was glowing, showing his 16 teeth. He was extremely happy. These words of praise were enough for him to be happy for a whole year. But next, Li Chenglong was flipping through the files, looking up information and writing something on a piece of paper that his eyes were fixed and his brain was spinning crazily, deducing that Xiaoduo didn't dare to disturb Li Chenglong for a moment. He just drank his tea and waited for Li Chenglong to continue. Finally, Li Chenglong stopped his series of actions. He looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. In his heart, he went through everything again and murmured, "It's not enough. What else is missing? It's still missing." The movements of various parties in the past 1 or 2 days, Li Chenglong said. This must be the most detailed information. Zhuo Xiaoyan said quietly, I'll be in charge of this. I'll give you the information as soon as possible. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong both agreed. With Zhuo Xiaoyan's status in the 9 Heavens Pavilion, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find out about these things. However, before Zhuo Xiaoyan left, there was a sudden sound outside the door. Then, someone knocked on the door. A voice asked, "Is Zhuo here?" It wasn't the voice of the Yu family's little fatty. Who else could it be? Come in. Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of confidence now. He sat at the door with his legs crossed, looking at the courtyard door with disdain. Humph, little fatty, he's just the descendant of the heavenly king of the right. Ha. He's a generation away from me. Moreover, there was a huge gap between them. I can't allow him to call me big brother anymore. That's overstepping my authority. Even calling him grandpa is not enough. He has to call me ancestor or ancestor directly. After all, my real seniority is the same as the heavenly king of the right and the heavenly king of the right. Isn't that ancestor? Zwa. Ha. Second brotherly. You're all here. Little hero appeared at the door with a flattering look on his face. Li Chenglong looked up. Hey, little fatty you. Come in and take a seat. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little embarrassed. He said sternly, Why are you hiding at the door? Come in quickly. What did this guy call me and Li Chenglong just now? He called me Zhuo and Li Chenglong's second brother. How can this be? Shouldn't he be calling me ancestor Zhuo? Li Chenglong's seniority will also rise. Calling him second brother will mess up the seniority. If Li Chenglong and little fatty you call each other brother, then Li Chenglong will have to call me ancestor too. Ha! So Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh secretly. Little hero you scratched his head and said, Someone else came with me today. Who is it? So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. A shadow flashed at the entrance and a graceful figure appeared. Her face was elegant and beautiful. Her figure was tall and curvaceous. She was like an orchid in a deep valley that suddenly appeared in front of the door. She was wearing a blue ordinary dress and walked in slowly. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo, she smiled gratefully. Master Zhuo, benefactor, it's me, Mo Xuani. I heard that you came to the capital and wanted to thank you. I took the liberty to visit you. I hope Masters won't blame me. Chapter 1154. Zhuo Xiaoduo was instantly enlightened and said in surprise, It's you. Xianyi, come in and have a seat. Why are you here with this unruly little fatty? The moment he saw Mo Xian, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt a sense of loss from the bottom of his heart. Everything that happened in Phoenix City flashed before his eyes like smoke, as if it was yesterday. Phoenix City, the small streets, the Ning family, the giant Meng family, Meng Chunyu, the old principal, Chief Jiang, teacher Hu, those classmates that the fortune-telling, fooling around, feng shui, setting up formations in an instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were in a trance. The rarest thing in life is to meet an old friend in a foreign land after a storm. Speaking of which, he didn't have much contact with Mo Xianyi before. They were just strangers who met by chance, a few times, and karma. But at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity that this strange feeling made Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly become enthusiastic. Mo Xianyi's mood was also excited. After thanking him again, he went into the courtyard and began to take out gifts from his space ring. He said embarrassedly, "Master Zhuomai, my strength is shallow, and I really don't have anything good on me. It's just a small token of my appreciation. These food are all made by myself, these clothes. I also made them myself." And the two exchanged pleasantries and spoke enthusiastically. But the little fatty who was still at the door was completely stunned. You know each other?" The little fatty's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at Mo Xianyi and Zhuo Xiaoduo in shock, and his heart suddenly became depressed. No wonder when he went to see Mo Xianyi this time, he was still treated coldly and didn't show the slightest interest. But when he said that he wanted to visit a friend, the peerless genius Mo Xianyi's attitude suddenly changed, that she actually smiled at him and even accepted some small gifts from him for the first time. Then, she expressed her interest in following him to visit this legendary peerless genius. The ranger suddenly felt like he was wrapped up in a sudden happiness and set off together with Mo Xianyi in a daze that along the way. He kept fantasizing that he was now a man who could bring the woman he liked to visit his big brother. He was a man who had a peerless beauty by his side. How would he act cool then? Even if such a moment wasn't unique, it was at least unprecedented. Along the way, he had already thought of more than 100 different ways to act cool. Yet, when he reached his destination, not only were they all unsuitable, there were even some that the girl beside him took the initiative to talk to him, and her attitude was even more intimate than when she talked to him. And the food and clothes that were made by hand. What were they doing? Wasn't this a bit upside down? The ranger anxiously walked in and stood between Zhuo Xiaoduo and Mo Xianyi. He was getting more and more worried. The more they talked, the more intimate they became. Would they hug each other later? That definitely couldn't happen. "Please don't. Zhuo, you two know each other?" He asked just now, but no one responded. What was there to be afraid of? He could just ask again. Face awkwardness, whatever, it wasn't important. He didn't need to care about it. One was a boss that he didn't dare to provoke. The other was a woman that he liked and didn't dare to provoke. What was there to think about? "Of course we know each other," Zhuo Xiaoduo said in surprise. "The two of us have already made it so obvious, and you still can't tell? You even asked such a question? Your IQ is questionable." Haha. I mean, when did you two know each other? What does this have to do with you?" Mo Xianyi was unwilling. Why did this guy act like he found out that his wife was having an affair? This tone. Are you interrogating me? Mo Xianyi frowned. No. I wouldn't dare. I'm just curious. Curious. Hee. Xiao Xiao laughed dryly. Mo Xianyi's face was cold as he turned to Xiaoduo and smiled. Benefactor. Let's ignore him. He's just a rich kid, a slippery young man. He's been pestering me all this time. He's not a bad person, but he's a little childish and self-righteous. At that moment, Hero Yu shut himself up. I thought your impression of me was pretty good, but in the end, it turned out to be that these few adjectives of yours are simply making my heart turn cold. So this was the truth. So, it was a sin to not be handsome enough. Zhuo, you're so handsome, and you're so capable. You rely on your looks and talent. Who can compete with you? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were both shrewd people. How could they not see what was going on in this situation? That they looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Sit down. Zhuo Xiaoduo led the two to the living room. Li Chenglong made tea, and Zhuo Xiaoduo said intentionally or unintentionally, "Miss Xianyi, how are you doing in Shangjing these days? Is everything going well?" "It's going well." Mo Xianyi's face flushed with excitement as he said, "Ever since I came to Shangjing, I found a job on the surface and secretly opened a small company. I invested in it myself, commanded it in secret, and became the boss behind the scenes. These 2 years have been very comfortable, and the income has been very good. A few days ago, I bought some pills for my parents, and their bodies have recovered a lot. I plan to buy a house in Shangjing soon. When the conditions are better in the future, I'll see if my parents' bodies can recover more and mend the foundation of their bodies. I don't expect the two of them to be able to go far on the path of martial arts. I just hope that the two of them can live longer and allow me to be filial for a few more years. That's enough. Xiao Xia scratched his head. You open a company. How come I didn't know? Who are you to me? Why do I have to let you know about my affairs? Mo Xuanyi said coldly. However, when he turned his head to face with Xiaoduo, he regained his smile and said, Master's manifestation technique is truly divine. Everything that you've said has come true, and my life is getting better and better. Master's you're really an extraordinary person of this generation, a talent of this generation. Li Chenglong laughed. Interesting, really interesting. Although Mo Xuanyi seemed to be speaking sarcastically to the little fatty, every word he said was meant to remind the wandering hero that this Master Zhuo was a god, and that he would always hit the nail on the head. You, don't miss this opportunity. It seems that there really is something between the two of them. Then, under the little fatty's shameless and persistent questioning, especially under the little fatty's pitiful and expectant eyes, although Mo Xuanyi's face was full of unwillingness and impatience, she still vividly recounted what had happened. Obviously, she was proving that what she said was true. Hearing this, the little fatty's eyebrows rose in delight, and he was also a little scared. Fortunately, you didn't go against Boss Zhuo to the end. Otherwise, who knows where you would have died long ago. After 3 rounds of tea, everyone's mood had calmed down a lot. Dr. Xiaoduo looked at Xiao Xia and said, Xuanyi is a good girl. If you just want to play around, then stay away. If you want to spend the rest of your life with her, then you have to hold on tight. She's such a beautiful girl. You're not the only one who wants to pursue her. Mo Xuanyi's face was red, and she said angrily, Master Zhuo, there's nothing between us. Xiao Xia's face was full of excitement, and he nodded vigorously. I know. Definitely. I'm not playing around. Definitely not. I'm serious. I want a lifetime. I'll definitely hold on tight. Don't worry, Zhuo. His tone was unusually heavy, and solemn. Every word he uttered sounded like he was making a vow. Mo Xuanyi's face finally softened a little, but when she thought of Xiao Xia's family, she couldn't help but sigh deeply in her heart. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The family of the heavenly king of the right, the #1 family in the world. Just this alone was already not something an ordinary person like her could hope to reach. If it was before, Xiao Xia was still an unvalued, hedonistic son of the family. Perhaps there would still be some hope. But now, Xiao Xia had become the rightful heir of the Yu family, and the candidate for the future head of the family. This pulled the gap between the two of them even further apart, and they were out of reach. With her family background and her past, no matter what, even if everyone in the Yu family went crazy, they would never accept a woman like her as the head of the family. After this, it's better to find a chance to completely end it. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain while drinking tea. She raised her head, and her eyes quickly swept across Xiao Xia's face. The pain in her eyes flashed, and she immediately regained her calm. Little fatty, you and I are destined to be people of different worlds. A wrong fate does not belong to the family, does not belong to the country, does not belong to the world, and does not belong to each other. Fortunately, you and I have not fallen too deeply. It's better for both of us to end it as soon as possible. When I go back this time, I will sell the company and then take my parents and move to another place to live. From now on, we will both stay in the memories of each other. So Xiaoduo calmly looked at Xiao Xia, and then at Mo Xuanyi, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Picking up the teapot, he poured tea and said, Xuanyi, you didn't come to find me just to see me, right? And I did find something, but I didn't know who to tell. What did you find? Is it related to your sect? Yes. Mo Xuanyi bit her lower lip and said, When I went out recently, I saw a few signs. Or should I say, secret signals. Signs? Secret signals? Swishaoduo frowned and sat up straight. Yes, the signs of the ravenous wolf sect, the secret signal of the broken military sect, and the 7-kill sect. All of them. Chapter 1155. Mo Xuani's face was filled with fear and solemnity. The Big Dipper 9-star sects. I'm afraid all of them have come to Shangjing this time. So Xiaoduo frowned and murmured in thought, Sha Palang. Big Dipper 9-star sect. Mo Xuani said, if I'm not wrong, the Star Lords and even the Star Lords have gathered. It seems like they're going to do something big. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face suddenly darkened. He immediately thought of the Wang family's plot, the changes in the heavenly Dao, the Qi Watchers outside, Sha Palang in Phoenix City, and the Phoenix Pole Spirit. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly had a realization. Perhaps the direction he had thought of before was wrong. A huge mistake. If what Mo Xuani said was the foundation and the framework was the starting point, it would be a whole new direction, and one that he had never thought of before. The gathering of the elites of the UMNO Alliance's Big Dipper sect was a little. Miss Xuani, based on what you know, what is the status of the Big Dipper sect in the UMNO Alliance? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Extremely disregarded. The UMNO Alliance has never taken the Big Dipper sect seriously. They order them around and don't treat the Big Dipper sect as human beings at all. Mo Xuani said. What? Disregarded? Or even treated as human beings? Why is that? Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and Yu Xiao were stunned when they heard this. This situation was different from what they had guessed. In the eyes of the people of the Astral Souls, the UMNO Alliance's Big Dipper sect and the Big Dipper sect were extremely crafty. They would only take action after making a plan and would not easily take action. Once they took action, it would cause a turmoil in the people of the Astral Souls. The Nine Heavens Pavilion and the monitoring department commanded by Yinduo were set up to deal with this organization, but they still had the upper hand and were in a passive position. In the previous Phoenix City Soul Awakening situation, if not for the appearance of Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was completely out of the Big Dipper sect's calculations, the Phoenix City Soul Awakening situation would have suffered a crushing defeat. Yes, this is the most common and even recognized understanding of the UMNO Alliance people. First, the UMNO Alliance has always believed that the Big Dipper sect is the Tao of strength, and they disdain for the Big Dipper sects. The Dipper sects advocated heavenly fate and said, and they disdain the Big Dipper sect S's. The Big Dipper sect, with the alliance with the Big Dipper sect with Big Dipper sect, S sect, they disdainful belief the Dipper sect, Dipper per Dipper sect, and the Dipper sect. Is Dipper sect per sect? Mo Xuani said straightforwardly. In other words, the origin of the Star Sect's orthodoxy is the demon race, and has nothing to do with the witch race. The ones who are truly worshipped in the Stargate sect are also the celestial emperors, the Star Lords, and the patriarchs. They have never been worshipped great shamans. Mo Xuani said, our ideals and beliefs are different, so how can the UMNO Alliance trust Starcord? Then why did the Wu people keep your star doors? Or even accept you? Li Chenglong asked curiously. If that's the case, shouldn't we eliminate these star sects as soon as possible? I don't know the reason behind this either. After all, I was originally only a low-level disciple of the Stargate, so my knowledge is very limited. Mo Xuani said with a frown. In fact, what I know about this strange and complicated relationship is known to all the disciples of the Star Sect and the generals of the Sorcerer Tribe. Or maybe the Wu people have other uses for the Stargate. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I think there must be a reason. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept it. After all, it was a force that originally belonged to the Demon Clan. But things are getting more and more complicated. This new clue has cut my original network of relationships into pieces. I almost have to reconstruct it completely. Li Chenglong rubbed his temples and said with a bitter smile, and I think there might be other factors in this matter, far more than this. Zhuo Xiaoduo also knew that the situation was out of control and that they had to start all over again. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed, and said in a deep voice, "It's definitely not everything. I'll have to trouble you from now on." Shwani said, "Benefactor, from now on, I don't dare to make any rash moves. Firstly, my knowledge is limited, and if I make wild guesses, what I give you may not be clues, but may instead be misleading. Secondly, with my background, I don't know when I'll be targeted. If possible, I plan to withdraw from Shangjing." Xiao Xia said angrily, "What withdraw from Shangjing? No matter how big the matter is, I'm here. What Big Dipper? If they dare to make trouble for you, I'll wipe them all out." Shwani smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The Yu family was undoubtedly powerful, and they had the heavenly king of the right behind them, as well as the star-plucking monarch. If both sides went all out, Shwani believed that the Star Sect wouldn't be able to defeat the Yu family. But the Star Sect had existed in the cracks for so many years, and they had their own ways of survival. If a Yu family wants to capture a few of them and kill them, that's possible, and it can even be done easily. But if you want to wipe them all out, I can only say that you're dreaming. Furthermore, how could the Yu family be willing to go to such lengths for a woman like me, and pay such a heavy price? I believe that you're not just talking empty words. You'll definitely go back and push for this matter. But what you don't know is that the moment you say that, it will be the time for us to separate. Because the Yu family can use this matter to completely pull apart the distance between us. If I were an elder of the Yu family, I would do the same, definitely. Shwani, thank you. Xiaoduo looked at Shwani and said seriously, "Benefactor, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, Shwani wouldn't be here today." Shwani said, "It's a pity that I'm destined to not be able to help you much in this matter." No. Your help is already more than enough. Not only is it big enough, it's also more than enough. Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, "Your clue is that you found a blind spot in my thinking." Li Qinglong nodded vigorously. The saying of a blind spot in one's thinking really couldn't be any more true. Even if you had heaven-defying abilities, if you didn't know the existence of the real enemy, it would be useless. Shwani smiled happily. When other people smiled, their eyes would first curve, and then their face would open up, but Shwani's nose would first wrinkle slightly. Then her eyes would curve, revealing a bright and beautiful smile, and then the corners of her mouth would start to curl up, so Xiaoduo actually saw through the layers of her smile and couldn't help but admire her. Even the order of her smile was different from others. It was truly unique. The ranger on the side was directly stunned. After such a long time, this was the first time he discovered that Shwani could be so beautiful when she smiled. For a moment, his heart trembled, and he was dazzled. "Well, there's one more thing, but I'm not very sure." "What is it?" Shwani hesitated a little and said, "A few days ago, when I was shopping, I saw a woman coming out of the door of the fairy-like shop opposite. She looked a little like. She bit her lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, a little like Ning Qingsheng." Ning Qingsheng. Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly became serious and said, "It's her? Are you sure?" "I'm just not sure. I've only seen her once, and I've seen more photos of her. After all, her beauty is rare in the world." Xiaoduo couldn't help but ponder. Li Qinglong asked, "Well, why do you ask?" Xiaoduo said, "At the beginning of the Astral Souls test, what was your Astral Souls aptitude? What was Long Yuxing's? What was Wanli Xiu's?" Li Qinglong said, "I'm 89 Astral Souls, 92 Long Yuxing, 90 Wanli Xiu, 87 Li Changming, and the lowest, 79 Yumoyan." On the side, the little fatty ranger said, "I'm 93 Astral Souls." Xiaoduo said lightly, "Astral Souls aptitude is an innate aptitude. The higher the aptitude of Astral Souls, the greater the future achievements. This is a kind of heaven's luck. This, you should understand now, right?" "Of course we understand. But do you know at that time, Ning Qingsheng was 97 Astral Souls. This is the second highest in the entire history of Phoenix City. And this aptitude, even in the entire continent of Astral Souls, is enough to rank Ning Qingsheng among the best in Astral Souls, shocking the world." Everyone instantly understood the meaning of Xiaoduo's words, and couldn't help but exclaim, "That high." Especially Yu Xiaoxia. He originally thought that he was high enough. But he didn't expect that not only was there someone with a higher star soul aptitude than him, but it was also several grades higher. It had to be known that even in a family with a great destiny like the Yu clan, his star soul aptitude of 93 was already one of the top 3 in the Yu clan amongst his peers. But now, a girl's name that Mo Schwani casually mentioned was close to full marks for astral souls. Zwa 97 astral souls is only second. Then who's number 1? Little hero Yu's eyes widened. Phoenix City has such good feng shui. Zwa Xiaoduo snorted and rolled his eyes. The first is your sister-in-law, 99 astral souls. Amazing. That's amazing. The ranger was shocked. 99 astral souls. Isn't this the legendary limit of aptitude? This was even more impressive than perfect astral souls. This was because the so-called perfect astral souls could be obtained through the use of resources by the major families. However, they would not deliberately accumulate 99 astral souls. The innate aptitude of 99 astral souls was a blessing from the heavens. How could the perfect astral souls formed by other methods be mentioned in the same breath? Although the so-called perfect astral souls seemed to be a step higher, it was still not the true meaning of heaven's luck. A man-made perfect astral souls would not be favored by heaven's luck, but would be followed by heaven's wrath, and their future achievements would be inferior to others. Therefore, many large clans gave up after a few attempts. This was heaven's will, and it was not something that could be changed by humans. Even if he could condense a perfect astral soul, what he could condense would only be data and not a true aptitude. Chapter 1156. I knew that sister-in-law was a god's favored daughter, but I didn't expect her to be such a god's favored daughter. She's just like a textbook. Xiao Xiao was already in awe. He was probably about to prostrate himself in admiration. 99 astral souls. How could one give birth to such a thing? So Xiaoduo said proudly. That's right. Don't you know whose fiancée she is? By the way, Zwa, how many astral souls are you? Phoenix City already has the first and second place. And your third? Xiao Xia asked curiously. With Zwa's talent, he should be at least 96, right? He definitely wouldn't be an ordinary person. That was for sure. Zwa Xiaoduo's face darkened. Li Qinglong was thinking about Ning Qingsheng. He burst out laughing when he heard that. Zwa tested astral souls back then, and I heard that he didn't get it. Ha. So Xiaoduo glared at Li Qinglong as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth and said, You're the one who opened your mouth? Get back to your work. Under Zwa Xiaoduo's threat, Li Qinglong's laughter stopped abruptly. Didn't get it? Xiao Xiao was stunned. Ahem. It's not that I didn't get it. The machine was broken. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He remembered his mother telling him that he had tested his astral soul, but his astral soul was weak and feeble. If other people's astral souls were like a raging fire, his astral soul was like a candle flickering in the wind. For astral souls, there would be no data if one's astral soul was below 30. He didn't get any data, so Xiaoduo estimated that if he compared it with Zwa Xiaoyan's, and Zwa Xiaoyan's score was 99, then his score should be 05? Haha. Zwa Xiaoyan, who was beside him, burst out laughing. Zwa Xiaoduo was speechless. Ranger and Li Qinglong's shoulders trembled. They couldn't hold it in any longer. Let's talk business. Zwa Xiaoduo frowned and quickly changed the topic, saying, Ning Qingsheng was born with 97 astral souls. Her luck is extraordinarily strong. I wonder why Ning Qingsheng appeared in Shangjing at this delicate moment. Ning Qingsheng's luck belongs to her astral soul's luck. Such an astral soul, such a genius, suddenly appeared in Shangjing at this time. Previously, the Ning family was wiped out. Where did Ning Qingsheng go? Zwa Xiaoduo frowned. The entire Ning family is dead. Why is Ning Qingsheng still alive? Only Zwa Xiaoduo himself knew the meaning of this sentence. He understood how cruel the formation he had set up was. Logically speaking, no one from a Ning family should have survived. But Ning Qingsheng, what was going on? Li Qinglong frowned and fell into deep thought. Mo Xuanyi and Ranger pretended to be thinking, but in fact, their minds were blank and blank. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to think of anything. This kind of brainstorming was not for them to do. So Xiao Duo sounded like he was asking a question, but in fact, he was just talking to himself. Was there anyone else with her at that time? There was a man next to her, but I didn't know him, Mo Xuanyi said. Also, I'm not sure if I've seen wrongly. After all, I've only met Ning Qingsheng once. It was only because of her outstanding beauty that I had a deep impression of her. But every girl with a celestial appearance is as beautiful as a flower, so it's not impossible for me to have seen wrongly. So Xiao Duo frowned and said, "It's better to believe it than not. There's no harm in being careful." Li Qinglong nodded and then pulled out another line. He suddenly felt more and more headache. So the Ning family had a grudge against you at that time. This Ning Qingsheng. I just learned that the Umno Alliance's Stargate sect has come, and now Ning Qingsheng has appeared, and it's a new line of thought. The complexity has increased exponentially. Now I have a headache just thinking about it. There's nothing we can do about it. So as Xiao Duo said, back then, the Ning family and the Meng family were destroyed by the few of us. The old principle. Teacher Qin, me, Nian Mao, everyone had a part in it. If Ning Qingsheng wants to take revenge, not only does it make sense, it's even justified. We can connect everything together. Even if it makes sense, with Ning Qingsheng's strength and resources, how could she provoke the Wang family? What qualifications does she have to participate in this game? Li Qinglong thought hard. After Mo Xuanyi finished speaking, she wanted to leave, but was stopped by Zhuo Xianyan. These two beauties, who were supposed to be enemies, were now sitting together and talking intimately, which made Zhuo Xiaoduo sigh. Things in this world were really unpredictable. No matter how smart you were, you couldn't guess the subsequent changes. All in all, everything was so confusing. Next was the wandering hero. Boss, I also have a few news to report. Then report it. With Mo Xuanyi's information, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was a little heavy. The wandering hero coughed and was about to speak, but then he took out a piece of paper from his spatial ring, glanced at it, and said, "Recently, the various voices on the internet are getting louder and louder. All the students who graduated from Phoenix City are wantonly denouncing the Wang family. There are more than 10,000 short stories related to the old principal He Yuan Yue on the internet. They are all bits and pieces of life, written by the students according to their own memories. Although they are not thrilling, they are all warm and heartwarming, and even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. And a company called Zhuo Shuai is doing all they can to promote this matter. On one hand, they are guiding the people to have feelings of remembrance, respect, love, admiration, and from the bottom of their hearts for the old principal. In addition, countless students from Hidden Dragon High School, Yunwan High School, Ancestral Dragon High School, and Water City First High School have all responded to participate in the denouncing, writing bits and pieces between themselves and their teachers in response to this matter. Gradually, thousands of streams, tens of thousands of rivers converging into the sea, and now, not only have they converged into a sea, but gradually, the waves of voices have reached the sky and are getting out of hand. Although the Wang family's team is powerful, and their tactics are brilliant, and they are sparing no expense, throwing money around, and relying on their powerful capital to counterattack, they are still just one family. Under the impact of the tide of true feelings of the people, they can only retreat and resist. Now, the old principal He Yuanyue's reputation in the astral souls has reached a point where it can. The wandering hero was silent for a moment, and then said, "Be canonized as a moral saint. Be canonized as a moral saint." Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a moment, and his eyes flashed. At the side, Zhuo Xianyan and Li Qinglong were also deep in thought. Perhaps, they could use this opportunity to push the old principle onto the altar and create a legend in the world. If that was really the case, then they would have to go with the flow and put in more effort. Li Qinglong's lips moved, and he said telepathically, Now that things have come to this point, it's up to the higher-ups to decide what to do. The help we can provide is not enough. Swashauduo replied telepathically. For the higher-ups, there are only advantages and no disadvantages to pushing the deceased principal onto the altar and setting a moral example. If they can use this to set a goal for the people to respect and set a benchmark for the martial arts industry, it will be a good thing. Then, as you said, at this stage, we don't have to do anything, and we can just leave everything to the higher-ups. If we do it on our own and add fuel to the fire, it will be too deliberate, and we will be at a disadvantage. By the way, I have already sent the 4 fruits to the higher-ups through a certain channel. The fruits alone are a heavy bargaining chip, and the higher-ups will definitely consider it and favor us more. Boss, you are so resourceful and resourceful. I admire you. I don't need you to flatter me. So Shuai's company just needs to maintain its current state. Understood. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words, and this matter was settled. The ranger was a person who knew how to read people's eyes. Seeing that the two of them were discussing telepathically, he naturally stopped talking. He waited until the two of them turned to look at him before he continued. The current trend of public opinion on the internet has already shown a one-sided trend, especially the bad deeds of the Wong family in recent years. Many people have dug them out one by one and made them public. It's impossible for them to turn the tables. I believe that after a while, if this continues to ferment, the reputation and glory of the war god family will be completely lost. Li Chenglong listened and suddenly frowned. No, this is not the result we want. We can't let this happen. He suddenly became alert. We have to stop this trend. We only need to target the Wong family, and we can't criticize the war god family. It's too late. Xiaoyan, who was scrolling through her phone, looked up and said, "They have already started to target us, and the momentum is huge." She handed her phone to Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo casually swiped a few times, and all he saw were comments about the war god family. There were also countless posts that followed the trend, crazily popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The content of these posts all pointed to the same thing. The descendants of the Wong family are so domineering. What right does Wang Feihong have to occupy the title of war god? Does Wang Feihong deserve the title of war god? Such a family can actually be called war god. Wang Feihong's previous title of heavenly king was also a lie. Haha, war god family, just like this. His descendants are so filthy and despicable. Wang Feihong is a war god in vain. What war god ba? The more he read, the gloomier Xiaoduo's face became. Li Chenglong and the ranger also leaned over to take a look. After a while, the three of them looked at each other and saw a hint of unease in each other's eyes. And here I was wondering why the Wong clan, a clan with many generations of history, would be so weak. So this is the trump card of the other party. Retreating in order to advance, retreating all the way to the limit. Just when we seem to have the upper hand, he used such a killing move. Chapter 1157. I believe that more than 90% of these posts are directed and promoted by the Wong family. This was a countercurrent move that would allow one to rise from the brink of death, as long as these voices become a wave, to the point where they can directly shake Heavenly King Gu Hong's position. They will definitely be suppressed by the government. The Wong family is the Wong family. Even if the descendants of the Wong family have committed all kinds of crimes, they can't stop Heavenly King Wong from sacrificing himself. The Wong family and the War God family have never been one and the same. The two may seem inseparable, but there is a clear distinction in their bones. If the mistakes made by the descendants 10,000 years later are turned around and blamed on the heroic ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the continent 10,000 years ago, not only is it illogical, it's even more ridiculous. If this continues when the government comes out to stop it, it will definitely cause people to reflect and even resent it. Once this kind of reflection and resent reaches a certain scale, it will be our turn to suffer. It's still the same thing. The Wong clan and the War God clan are one. Previously, they were treated as one. If they were to fight back now, They would gain the glory of the war god clan and go against the current. Once the higher-ups make a move, they will be defending Heavenly King Wang's position as the war god. The Wang family will also wait for an opportunity to make a strong counterattack. When that time comes, it will be like pushing out a god from each side to fight against the other. No matter how famous the old principal is, no matter how popular he is, how can he be a match for Heavenly King Gu Hong, the hero of the continent? When that time comes, the losing side will completely sink into oblivion. The old principal will also be nailed to the pillar of shame by their counterattack. I can even imagine it. An ordinary old woman who has taught for a few years actually wants to be mentioned in the same breath as the god of war. She wants to replace the war god? How laughable. It will be enough to turn the tide. Heavenly King Wang's sacrifice created the well-being of the entire continent, and he Yuan Yue taught a few students. That's it. Replace Heavenly King Wang? The Wang family is indeed a 10,000-year-old family. They have really found the most suitable entry point, the point of counterattack. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face fell into an unprecedented gloominess. Now we need to guide them. We can't continue to talk about the war god family. Li Chenglong sighed. Right now, there's a huge uproar on the internet. It's not easy to guide them. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment, then suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "There may be a way." He quickly logged into his online account, compiled a post, and posted it. Ranger and Li Chenglong almost peed their pants when they saw the title of the post. "Boss, what are you doing? Hurry up and delete it." "Zwa, you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly, "It's fine. I've thought it through." The muscles on their faces twitched as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Because the title of the post was as such. Shocking. The sky inspecting minister whose name had shaken the entire continent was actually such a person. Why is a young girl living on the streets? Why was his son reduced to trash? Why did an 80-year-old woman cry bitterly every night? Why are 3 million sows howling in the middle of the night? Everything. I am willing to risk the world's condemnation to tell you in detail. The title was bolded in red. This question was simply too shocking. In less than 10 breaths of time after the post was posted, there were already 7,000 hits. Then, in a short minute, the number of hits broke through 500,000 and continued to soar. The content of the post. This humble servant was fortunate enough to have met the minister in person. The minister was humorous, witty, dignified, and solemn. He was an amiable and respectable elder. I will talk about my experiences with the minister later in the post. However, at the beginning of this post, I want to remind everyone that the Wang clan was wrong and cannot be forgiven. The Wang clan's crimes were too numerous to be recorded. But all of this had nothing to do with Heavenly King Gu Hong from 10,000 years ago. Heavenly King Gu Hong sacrificed himself heroically and died 10,000 years ago. He was born in a clan and enjoyed the glory of the god of war clan. It was reasonable and righteous. This was also the treatment that people should give to heroes. However, 10,000 years later, the Wang clan of today was so notorious. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Comparing the current Wang clan with Heavenly King Wang is the greatest insult to him. It's fine for us to scold the current Wang clan because they deserve to be scolded. They have to be scolded. They have to be scolded. They have to be scolded loudly. They have to be scolded by thousands of people. But when you scold them, can you not use the word war god? And you can't insult our heroes. To put it bluntly, the Wang clan and the god of war are two different things. How can they be lumped together? We should look at the problem dialectically, look at the essence, look at the truth. The entire post only had a few sentences, but it had already explained the matter clearly. It pointed out the flaws of the current situation and pointed out the key points. At the end, it was signed, Crystal Cat. Zhuo Xiaoyan stretched her neck and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's post with a smile. She couldn't help but give Zhuo Xiaoduo a thumbs up. Xiaoduo, you are really something. The most eye-catching part of this post was that it used the title to lure people in. The first sentence at the beginning was, "I am very familiar with the minister." This increased the credibility of the post by a lot. There was reasoning. It was all linked together and linked together. In the entire online world, who would dare to joke about the minister? Therefore, as long as people saw the reasoning behind this post, they would naturally think about it and accept it. And this main title was really too scary. Almost everyone who saw it would click on it to take a look. And now, there was a national movement on the internet. As more and more people clicked on it, the number of clicks increased, and this post was quickly pushed to the top. In the end, the words Sky Patrol Minister were bolded in red on the original basis. At the very top, it shone brightly and forcefully took the top spot on the trending list. This time, even more people clicked on it. In just a few minutes, the number of clicks had already exceeded 10 million. Then, it whistled all the way to over 100 million clicks, 1 billion clicks. It rushed madly. If someone else made such a post, even if it didn't cause a lot of trouble, there would still be a lot of follow-up. However, Zhuoxiaonian and Zhuoxiaoduo were clear about it. When the two of them posted it, there was no taboo and no difficulty at all. Even if they were to put it more harshly, at most they would be spanked. It wouldn't hurt. In view of this, Zhuoxiaonian, who had the same capital, was full of admiration. Why didn't I think of it? Zhuoxiaoduo's quick-wittedness was simply too amazing. Zhuoxiaonian's eyes were shining with admiration. Duo, you're really amazing. You actually came up with a solution so quickly. You're amazing. Only then did she see Zhuoxiaoduo's online username. She frowned and was puzzled. Crystal Cat. What does it mean? Cough. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed and said without changing his expression, it means a shiny cat. Zhuoxiaonian was even more puzzled. Cat? How can it be shiny? Isn't your Nian cat always shiny? There are ice crystals everywhere, and every drop is crystal clear. Zhuoxiaoduo flattered. It's very beautiful, very beautiful. You're the shiny one. Zhuoxiaonian snorted coldly and said, You're a shiny puppy. Yes, I'm a shiny puppy. Woof, woof. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was full of saliva. Ha. Zhuoxiaonian's cold face suddenly changed. She couldn't help but laugh, and the issue of her online username was instantly forgotten. Even Mo Shuani was overjoyed and laughed. Look at Zhuo. He had a good temper and was especially good to his wife. He was almost as good as the little fatty Yu Xiaoxia. Well, why did I say that I was almost as good as Xiaoxia? What's the point of comparing with him? With this post on the internet, it will have a great deterrent effect. Li Chenglong said, How big of a storm can a post like this cause? Can it overturn the situation and reverse the situation? Yu Xiaoxia really felt that it was inconceivable and unbelievable. Li Chenglong stared at the screen and said, As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. This post directly attacked the minister. Otherwise, how could there be so many clicks now? The most important thing is that the official account didn't come out to deal with this post. They didn't even choose to hide or delete it. In the eyes of the world, the official account recognizes the authenticity of this post. At least, the official account recognizes that this person is indeed related to the Sky Inspecting Minister. Based on this conclusion, people will naturally think twice. Correspondingly, the Wang family's counterattack this time will not only fail to achieve the expected effect, but it will also be difficult to cause too much of a storm. It will even be difficult for them to pull themselves together and suffer a crushing defeat. What if the Wang family takes down this post? If they could take any action, the Wang family would have done it long ago. But until now, they're still standing strong and healthy. This is tantamount to saying that this post is protected. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. He really didn't have the interest to talk to you, Xiaoxia, anymore. Is this guy an idiot? This kind of trash is actually the future clan head of the Yu family? I really don't know what the Yu family's basic requirements are for selecting a clan head. Isn't the threshold too low? Netizens all over the world can see and think of this, but he can't see it. Is he blind? Has his brain been eaten by dogs? Yu Xiaoxia felt very wronged. If the author didn't want to use my mouth to explain to those people who don't understand, I wouldn't have acted so stupid, that Li Chenglong continued to think. Yu Xiaoxia continued to report, Zhuo, I have another piece of news. That morning, the clan head of the Wang family, Wang Han, went to visit the Nyan family. However, he didn't even enter the door. The clan head of the Nyan family, Nyan Shangqing, personally stood at the door and slapped Wang Han, telling him to get lost. Many people saw this. Now, it has become a most popular strange story in Shangjing. There's actually such a thing. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong raised their heads at the same time. Chapter 1158. The head of the Nyan family beat someone up personally? He even scolded them? That seems a little too harsh, doesn't it? Li Chenglong did not understand the situation in Shangjing. The Nyan family is related to the Yu family by marriage. They have long disliked the Wang family. This time, Grandpa Nyan beat up Wang Han personally. This is true. Yu Xiaoxia said, Grandpa Nyan has a fiery temper. He's the kind of person who will not let things slide if he doesn't beat up Wang Han personally. His temper has always been like this. Li Chenglong's mouth twitched. All right. Also, the Nyan family is like the Lu family. They are suppressing the Wang family in all aspects, from the political situation, the officialdom, and civil organizations. They are suppressing them as much as they can. Especially those companies that belong to the Wang family. They are especially harsh. If they can use commercial means, they will use commercial means. If they can't, they will use military means to destroy them. The Wu family, the Lu family, the Lu family, and a few other families are doing the same. Now, only the Yu family and the families of the four great generals of the East, West, North, and South are not doing anything. We are not helping either side. Ranger explained, it's not that we don't want to help either side. It's just that we're all military families, and Heavenly King Gu Hong had some connections with these families back then. We can't just kick them when they're down. We understand. Li Chenglong sighed and nodded. It's good enough that you don't help either side. But I really do. Li Chenglong smiled. The fact that you're here today shows that you're on our side, even though you're not helping either side. It's just that you can't do anything on the surface, that's all. You understand very well. Yu Xiaoxia was inexplicably touched. Li Chenglong was too understanding. There's also news. Wang Wu of the Wang family, one of the former vice ministers of the military, was arrested for corruption. Yu Xiaoxia said he embezzled 1,700,000 astral souls. The evidence is conclusive. What a huge sum of money. To think that a member of the Wang clan, a member of the upper echelon, would actually embezzle so much money. Truly, truly. Li Chenglong stopped talking halfway. He really couldn't make up any more stories. Also, this topic was too sensitive and could easily be 404 ed. Therefore, everyone understood and smiled. That was good. Since I've already seen through everything, there's no need to say it aloud. It's fine as long as we both know what's in our hearts. For a moment, everyone had the demeanor of a wise man on their faces. The people of the Wang clan from all over the world are all returning to Shangjing. The fighting power of the Wang clan is returning from all directions. Yu Xiaoxia said, many of the Wang family members were ambushed on their way back. Although there were some who managed to break through the blockade and return, there were also many who died without a complete corpse in a foreign land. This storm has already shown signs of sweeping across the entire Star Soul realm. Is the Wang clan that powerful? Sweep through the entire Astral Soul realm? Is it really that exaggerated? So Xiaoduo couldn't hide the shock on his face. You'll never know how much resources such a long-established family has, how much investment they have made, how many shares they hold, and how many businesses they operate. Basically, the Wang clan has a stake in every single one of the most profitable enterprises in Astral Souls. Even if they can't be the dominant ones, they still have a share of 1 or 2%. But now, many companies are either being canceled or going bankrupt or being restructured and liquidating their shares. The overall situation has already become like a landslide. A collapsing wall is being pushed down by everyone. The Wang clan has endured a lot of ups and downs for thousands of years, and it's really showing signs of collapsing. The members of the Wang clan who are fighting at the Sun Moon Pass are the safest. So, Xiaoduo said calmly, what I want to know the most now is whether the people the Wang clan sent to Phoenix City have returned. You don't have to tell me that. That direction is the most important. From the sky to the ground, an inescapable net has been set up, and an indiscriminate search has been carried out. The military, the government, and countless cultivators who have entered the Tao from Phoenix City's second high are all lying in ambush on that road. The Yu clan also has people guarding that road. The Nyan clan, the Wu clan, and others. Even the four major clans of the East, South, West, and North have all arranged people to wait for an opportunity to act. Especially the Liu family. All of the top forces that they can bring out are on that path. They're just waiting to catch those people. Everyone knows that those people are of the utmost importance right now. They're the most important witnesses, no less. It's a pity that after such a long time, we still haven't found anything, and no news has been sent back. What's even more maddening is that we don't know the names of those people at all. So far, we only know that they were sent by the Wang clan, but we don't know who exactly they are. At this point, little Hero Yu's tone was full of distress. So Xiaoduo pondered and said, I know their names, nicknames, figures, and faces. You know? Really? Li Chenglong and little Hero Yu were both excited. The thing that they had searched high and low for had actually fallen into Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands. This turn of events was a little unbelievable. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. When I visited the Liu clan last time, I wanted to tell them this news, but after thinking about it, I realized that it was greatly inappropriate. The Liu clan's desire for revenge is unquestionable, but they don't have any peak experts in their clan. As for those fellows who went to Phoenix City to cause trouble, the Wang clan sent out peak Sky Realm experts to ensure their safety. If the Liu clan were to make a move, even if they managed to kill those fellows, they would most likely suffer great losses. Wang Chong continued, How would I know that those people would become the enemy of the entire nation, extreme criminals? Things changed too quickly. So Xiaoduo was really regretting it now. He really didn't expect that there would be so many people interested in this matter. However, it wasn't too late now. There was still room for redemption. So Xiaoduo looked at little Hero Yu and thought for a while, then muttered, If this matter is handed over to the Yu clan to handle. As he said that, he looked at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo had been close friends for many years, so he instantly understood and seemed to ponder. Little Hero Yu's face was full of anxiety, looking at Li Chenglong eagerly. This was an important opportunity. Little Hero Yu knew very well that if the Yu clan could take this matter and complete it beautifully, it would greatly improve his relationship with Zhuo Xiaoduo. As a member of the Yu clan, little Hero Yu's family was prominent and famous. He didn't need to pay attention to the relationships of most people in this world. However, little Hero Yu valued his friends like Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong very much. Since he was young, the ranger had not made many friends. Even if he did get along well, they were just drinking buddies who chatted with each other. Since they were all children of the big families in Shangjing, they naturally knew each other. However, it would be a joke to talk about who could have a heart-to-heart with whom. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others didn't care about little Hero Yu's family background when they first met. They laughed and scolded each other, calm and unrestrained. This was the way friends interacted with each other that little Hero Yu didn't know. Not only were they comfortable, but they also had a sense of steadiness as true friends. Besides, although little Hero Yu was a foppish playboy, his eyes were very sharp. Ever since the experience in the Starry Mountains, little Hero Yu could see that the team created by Zhuo Xiaoduo had unlimited potential. Not to mention Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was invincible. Anyone in the team was a top-notch talent, a first-class heavenly son of heaven. Such a team, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would definitely become giants that shook the world in the future. On top of that, there was Zhuo Xiaoduo, a ruthless character who was like the sky holding down the fort. No one dared to make any small moves. Such a team was definitely a hidden dragon that could rise to the sky at any time. Based on this understanding, little Hero Yu made up his mind at that time. Even if he had to bark like a dog every day, he had to sneak in. In order to live the rest of his life and live a happy life, face was nothing. It was just a shoe pad. If the Yu clan could really get hold of the details of those few people's identities and successfully take them down, it would be equivalent to taking a solid step forward. Li Qinglong pondered for a long time and finally said, "It's not impossible to hand it over to the Yu clan, but there's one thing that needs to be clear. Only by saying it first can we not delay the important matters." Little Hero Yu immediately straightened his chest and said, "Go ahead and say it." Li Qinglong pondered and said, "You also said that the Wang clan is a clan that has been around for many generations, so we mustn't underestimate them. If the Yu clan has the intention to set up this operation, we must send enough experts to strike like lightning and finish off these targets in one fell swoop." Chapter 1159. Back then, the Wind Spirit's channel-breaking plot took them decades to prepare, but the Stargate sect took hundreds of years to prepare for the Wang family's channel-breaking plot. You can imagine the difference between the two. Not to mention, the people of the Star sect are the best at manipulating the details, looking far ahead in everything and planning ahead. Right now, the Wang family is already showing signs of decline, and this group of people heading to Phoenix City is practically the last straw that can bury the Wang family. If they want to succeed, they will not ignore the follow-up of this group of people. Think about it carefully. If Big Dipper 9 and Big Dipper 6 are here, the battle strength they can mobilize, at least in my opinion, it is unimaginable and extraordinarily powerful. If you're not completely confident, why don't you join forces with the Wu family, Nian family, Lu family, and Lu family? I have to seriously reiterate that now we are not only facing the Wang family, but also the Umno Alliance and the Stargate sect. It will not be easy. Although the wandering hero still did not agree in his heart, he still agreed and said, "I will keep it in mind. When I go back, I will tell my father to mobilize the top experts of the family to win this battle." Okay, what are the names of those people? Those people are called Qingtian Swordsman Gao, Feng Liang. The four people he brought are Lu Jiashan, Hui Yunting, Wang Shiqi, and Wang Shifang. Their figures and appearances are. Their weapons are. Their expertise is. So Xiao Duo added, their figures and appearances can only be used as a reference. It is difficult to count them. You must pay attention to this. I understand. The wandering hero memorized it and said, "With this information, things will be much easier. Is there anything else?" So Xiao Duo was about to ask him to leave. The wandering hero, who had received the news, was also anxious to return home. He was afraid that someone else would beat him to it and wanted to go home. However, Mo Xuanyi was still there, holding hands and talking to Zhuo Xiaoyan intimately. "I have nothing else. I will send Xuanyi back and deal with this matter," the wandering hero said. So Xiao Duo carefully looked at Yuxin's face, then turned to look at Mo Xinyi's face. He suddenly smiled and said, "Nian Cat, you've been talking to Xian Yi for so long. Why haven't you finished yet? You two are so close to each other. Why don't you two become sworn sisters?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned when she heard this. Then, she saw the deep meaning in Zhuo Xiao's eyes. She suddenly thought of something and said leisurely, "I do have this intention, but I'm afraid that Sister Xian Yi won't like me." Mo Xuanyi was very excited and happy. She pursed her lips and said happily, "Aya, this is exactly what I wanted. How could I not be happy?" For Mo Xuanyi, it was a blessing from the heavens. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very popular, as she liked her at first sight. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were the few people in this world that Mo Xuanyi trusted the most. Now that she had such an opportunity, although Mo Xuanyi felt that it was a little sudden, she was still overjoyed. So, under the witness of everyone, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mo Xuanyi became sworn sisters. Mo Xuanyi was a few years older, so she was naturally the elder sister, and Zhuo Xiaoyan was the younger sister. Now, the two of them were only sworn sisters. "When my parents come back, I will call you. Sister, come and kowtow," Zhuo Xiaoyan said. "Okay, I will also bring my parents over," Mo Xuanyi said with a happy face. After becoming sworn sisters, the two of them were even more happy. They held each other's hands and felt that they were much closer. Then, under the urging of Zhuo and the wandering hero, Imo Schwani reluctantly left. Watching the wandering hero and Imo Schwani disappear, Zhuo looked at Zhuo with bright eyes. What's going on? Well, there's indeed a small problem, but the root of the matter is to help others and help oneself, so why not? Zhuo smiled. Humph. Zhuo was very smart and said, these two people have feelings for each other, but the elders of the Yu family will not accept a daughter-in-law like Schwani, let alone a girl from a small family like her. So, you want me to become sworn sisters to help Imo Schwani? Smart. You are right. Zhuo's face was full of shock. He did think that Zhuo would be able to guess a little, but he didn't think that her thoughts would coincide with his. Sister Nian, you're so smart. Your little brain. It's like a worm in my stomach. You know what I'm thinking with just one look? Isn't this what they call telepathy? Everything shows that we're a perfect match. You are asking for a beating. Humph, dog. Why didn't you give some pills to Sister Schwani's parents? Her parents should need it now. Zhuo was a little puzzled. Well, they don't need us to give them, Zhuo said leisurely. But as promised, the wandering hero sent Imo Schwani home and then quickly returned home. Along the way, he was constantly thinking, how should he tell the family to send people? Although the family supported this matter, if he wanted to send a large number of people, the family might not be able to take it seriously. The hall was filled with people. Many elders and seniors of the Yu family sat in the hall with a heavy expression. Seeing the wandering hero return, everyone's expression was complicated. Some were gratified, some were happy, but there was also a headache and a lot of helplessness. This guy had recently made a good friend, which was naturally a good thing. Others might not know Zhuo's identity, but how could the Yu family not have guessed? From the fact that the Heavenly King of the Right directly ordered the wandering hero to be the future head of the family, they could see some clues. When had the Heavenly King ever cared about family matters? Who was the head of the family? It didn't matter who it was. For so many years, the Heavenly King of the Right had never asked about it. It was as if the entire Yu family had nothing to do with him. Usually, he didn't even come back. Only when a Yu family did something serious under the Heavenly King's banner would the Heavenly King of the Right appear and mercilessly punish, beat, or even killed. Then the entire family would be sorted out in a thunderous manner. Most of the wrongdoers would be thrown to the front lines. Then the Heavenly King would leave and not appear for hundreds or thousands of years. The Heavenly King was very dignified and serious. In the entire Yu family, no one dared to speak in front of the Heavenly King that invisible aura. Just thinking about it made everyone feel suffocated. The Heavenly King was serious in his speech and manner. He was very firm in his principles, but how could a small shrimp suddenly appear and open his mouth to accept his fate be like this if there wasn't a big reason? Besides, the small shrimp's aura was very clear. Other than picking up girls and fooling around, eating, drinking, and waiting for death, he made a few friends the last time he went on an adventure. Yes, especially that Zhuo. Then he listened and understood. Boss Zhuo, this was clearly the kind of person with a very strong background. Although the minister never had any relatives or anything. But if the Heavenly King of the Right places importance on him, then there must be something we don't know. Also that night, the guard came back and reported that the demon ancestor had reappeared in the world and was Zhuo's grandfather. Zhuo was the grandson of the demon ancestor. Then, wouldn't his deeper identity be clear? Yu Xiaoxia was able to make friends with him and hug his thigh. He was really far-sighted and insightful. This Yu Xiaoxia was simply a lucky star bestowed by the heavens. But this news had to be kept strictly confidential. It couldn't be leaked out bit by bit. The higher-ups of the Yu family who received the above information were very excited. At the same time, they were also a little nervous since it was obvious that the family already had a super thigh, and now they had an even thicker one to rely on. Then, the love and family of the future head of the family would become the most important thing. But this kid, he didn't take a fancy to any of the young ladies from the big families. Why did he take a fancy to a commoner's daughter? If it was just a commoner's daughter, it would be fine and acceptable. But this girl was once a member of the Umno Alliance's greedy wolf sect. That would be a little unfriendly and unacceptable. This matter was a matter of position. It couldn't be done. For this matter, the Yu family had even invited the seventh elder, who had been indifferent to worldly affairs for many years. This time, they had to get rid of Yu Xiao's unrealistic idea and completely extinguish it. They had to tell him that love wasn't everything in his life. As long as he became the head of the family and got married, he could have as many girls like this as he wanted. Now, they couldn't be blinded that that commoner girl, that girl with the Umno Alliance's background, couldn't enter the Yu family. If it really didn't work, they had to quietly get rid of that girl. Position had always been a big taboo in the Yu family. But to be honest, the elders of the Yu family didn't expect that this unusually slippery little fatty was actually a romantic. No matter how they looked at him, he was still a playboy. How did he become a love-struck type? Who do you think you can reason with? However, before dealing with the relationship, they had to deal with the proper business first. When the little fatty walked in and saw so many people, he was shocked. Dad cough. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, great-grandfather. Greetings, second great-grandfather. Greetings, third great-grandfather. Greetings, great-grandfather. Greetings, second great-grandfather. Greetings, third great-grandfather. Greetings, third great-grandfather. Greetings, great-grandfather. Greetings, second great-grandfather. Greetings, fourth great-grandfather. Greetings, fifth great-grandfather. Greetings, fifth great-grandfather. Greetings, second great-grandfather. Greetings, ninth great-grandfather. Greetings, first uncle. Greetings, third uncle. Greetings, second uncle. Greetings, fifth uncle. Greetings, 17th uncle. If he wanted to say this fluently, it would be impossible without a certain amount of energy. It was almost like a crosstalk. When the little fatty finished, he almost fainted. Chapter 1160. There were too many people in the family, and if he called the wrong name, he would be beaten. Little Fatty had grown up under constant beatings and scoldings. Now, he could confirm that he wouldn't call the wrong person, but it was still difficult for him to deal with this. You're back? Tell me, what's the matter? It's like this. Zhuo provided the details of 5 people, the names and identities of the 5 people the Wang family sent to Phoenix City. Xiao Xia said excitedly, "Our family might be able to catch a big fish this time and finish this job." The names and identities of the 5 people? Is it accurate? Accurate. Which 5 people? They are. Send me the information. I'll send people to do it immediately. Cough. So it was said that the situation might not be as simple as we thought. There might be other changes because he found out that the Stargate of the Umno Alliance is behind the Wang family. Moreover, the Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper are all involved. If this force is really behind the ambush, the situation will be very bad. If we act rashly, not only will it be difficult to achieve anything, it's possible that we will lose soldiers and generals, and it might even alert the enemy. The gains don't make up for the losses. Understood. So Xiaoduo is indeed very resourceful. He even dug out the Umno Alliance's Stargate. He's right, and his considerations are also very thorough. In this battle, our Yu family really can't let down our guard. We must make thorough arrangements to finish this battle in one fell swoop. If we catch these people this time, I'm afraid the Wang family will really be finished. Once the Wang family falls, the forces in Shangjing will inevitably be reshuffled, and this big, empty cake left by the Wang family. Everyone was deep in thought. Old Ancestor by Mei Xian moved and said softly to the east and to the west. This time, the few of you will go. The 7 of you will bring your own guards and the Heaven 1 unit. In addition, bring some of the juniors and go out together to gain experience. This time, let's move out 300 people. Yes. The Yu Xiangdong and Yu Xiangxi brothers stood up, saluted, and walked out. All of them were of the same generation as wandering heroes' great-grandfathers, and all of them were top-notch high-level cultivators. They swam to the east, swam to the west, swam to the south, swam to the north, and swam to the middle. Originally, they had decided that the 5 names of the east, west, North, south, and middle were just right. But in the end, they gave birth to too many people one by one. They swam to the mountains, swam to the water, swam to the clouds, and so on. More than 10 people. Now, after so many years of the 20 or so brothers of their generation, there were still 11 who were still alive. This time, they were all sent out, with their own strength, their personal guards, and their clan's Heaven's #1 squadron. Their combined strength had already reached a considerable level. Not to mention facing 5 Sky Soar Realm cultivators. Even if 5 or 10 more came, it would not be a problem. The ranger's face lit up with joy. From his point of view, the Yu clan would be reduced to a huge joke if they were unable to capture those 5 Wong clan ascendants after dispatching so many of their forces. The Yu clan would be reduced to a huge joke if they were unable to capture those 5 Wong clan ascendants. The reason why 300 people were sent out this time was because the old ancestor's intention was very clear. It was to train the younger generation of the clan. 11 people, along with 10 or so juniors, walked out of the hall, and the hall suddenly became much more spacious. The ranger also let out a sigh of relief. Looks like they won't criticize me today. If there's nothing else, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. The ranger wanted to slip away. Although the ranger had the identity of the future clan head, and his status was naturally respected, this was undeniable. But at the same time, it was also undeniable that he was not the clan head yet. He had another identity that was closer to reality, a junior of the Yu clan. And in this hall, everyone had the right to press him to the ground and spank him without being able to fight back. And he might even have to take the initiative to get into position and cheer after being spanked. Wait, an old man rolled his eyes. We have so many people, and we have been waiting for you with such great fanfare for so long. Naturally, we have important matters to attend to. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Please speak, great-grandfather. You are the future clan head that the old ancestor has personally appointed. Now that you're not young, you need to settle the important matter of marriage as soon as possible. This is the most important thing right now, and you can't neglect it. The old ancestor said slowly, We've carefully screened and selected the girls of the right age from each family. There are only a few who are qualified. Take a look and see if there's anyone who catches your eye. Then have your father find someone to arrange for you to meet and see if you can get along. Hey, a blind date? The ranger's eyes widened. What era was this? And there were still blind dates. I, the ranger. I, the handsome ranger, the embodiment of justice, actually need to go on blind dates. Who are you looking down on? I don't want to. The ranger muttered. You dare. The ranger's father suddenly stood up and pulled out his belt with a swish. You, in front of the old ancestor. Using force. The ranger's face was pale, and his chubby cheeks began to tremble. You. What a scandal. I'll show you what a scandal is. The old ancestor flicked the belt in the air, and with both hands, it made a deafening sound. Little brat, come here and receive your punishment. The ranger almost wet himself on the spot. Old ancestor, save me. Whoosh. The belt disappeared from the ranger's father's hands. The old ancestor rolled up the leather belt and held it in his hand. If you're being reasonable, then let's talk reason. Our Yu clan treats our children with reason at all times. Little Hero is still your son, but he's still the future head of our Yu clan. The ranger nodded repeatedly, his face filled with gratitude and excitement. The old ancestor paused, then said, It's not too late to beat him up when you really can't reason with him. So what if he's the future clan head? The future clan head is still your son. As his father, it's only right that you teach your son a lesson. The ranger's jaw almost dropped. Old ancestor, did the heavenly king know that you're so arrogant? We have no intention of interfering with your marriage, but you're no longer an ordinary son of the Yu clan, but the future clan head. The clan values you greatly, and you have to bear this responsibility. You can't just do whatever you want, especially when it comes to your marriage. For a clan like ours, the clan head's marriage has always followed a principle, and that is marriage alliance. The clan wants to use marriage alliance and the strong join forces to push the clan's power forward a little. Even if we can't reach the goal of going further, we can't take half a step back. This is the responsibility of the clan head, and it's also helpless. Since you're respected by the clan, you have to pay for it. Your marriage is no longer just your own business, and it's no longer even our clan's business. Your marriage has been targeted by many clans since the day you became the future clan head, such as the Nyin clan, such as the Lu clan, such as the Dongfang clan, such as the Dongfang clan. These clans all have daughters of the right age, and they want to marry our clan. Every one of them is the clan head's legitimate daughter. Among the many clans mentioned above, no matter which one you choose, the other clans won't say anything. Because, in the case of a perfect match, it's the same no matter who you choose. It can only be said that they have similar temperaments and are compatible with each other. But if you don't choose any of the clans, and choose a commoner's daughter with no background, then you'll be looking down on the clans. After all, this isn't your personal love, and you can choose whoever you want, but after you make such a choice, you'll be slapping the clans and everyone's faces. Think about it, and you'll understand. Our clan's noble daughter is waiting to marry you, but in the eyes of the Yu clan, our clans are not even as good as commoners. How humiliating is that? There are all kinds of choices, all kinds of human relations, and all kinds of things. If you can't take care of any of them, it'll be troublesome. Also, there's so many people in the Yu clan, but only you were chosen to be the young clan head. If you're not even willing to make such a small sacrifice, unwilling to contribute to the clan, and only care about what you want to do, then what right do you have to enjoy the honor of being the future clan head? How will your peers in the Yu clan view this matter? There are plenty of them who are willing to sacrifice for the clan. Many people, as long as they can be the clan head, even if you want them to marry a sow, they'll gladly endure it. Why we have to follow your personal wishes when it comes to you? You, who haven't made any contributions to the clan, what right do you have? In other words, no matter which clan's girl you marry, our Yu clan won't have any trouble. Only if you marry that Umno Alliance's disciple, we'll become the target of public criticism. Once you insist on doing so, the situation will evolve. Not only will the clan not be able to advance further, but because of your selfishness, the Yu clan's overall strength will decline instead of advancing. Is this what you should do as the clan head? These reasons are all in front of you. I hope you can think about it carefully. We're not stubborn old fogies. After you marry a wife, you can still take a concubine. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Even if you hide her in a golden house and arrange for her to be an outside mistress, we won't care about how intimate you two are in private. But if you want to take her as your wife, that's impossible. The old masters tried their best to persuade him. Speaking to this point, the Yu family elders had already taken a big step back. Their words were sincere, and indeed, every word was from the bottom of their hearts. They spoke with certainty, and every word was sonorous. Yu Xiaoxia sighed and said miserably, "When all the problems are summed up, isn't it because of my identity as the future clan head? I've said it before, I don't want to be the clan head, okay?" The little fatty cried out in grief and indignation. "I don't want to be the future clan head. You can choose someone else. In the future, I'll build a small courtyard and raise flowers, dogs, and vegetables with Xianyi. That should be fine, right?" Chapter 1161. Everyone looked at each other. The group of old men were fuming. "If we could replace you, do you think we would keep you? If there was even the slightest possibility, you would have been long gone. The problem was that they couldn't replace you," the little fatty said sorrowfully. "I have never had any great ambition since I was born. I'm small and my shoulders are narrow. It's hard for me to bear the heavy responsibility. I only want to be with Xian, Yi, and have a wife and children. This patriarch. I'm not cut out to be the patriarch. Why don't you elders see who's more suitable, and I'll give up my position in advance. This is the old ancestors' arrangement. How can you say you don't want to do it? The patriarch position is the Yu family's honor. How can you say you don't want to do it? But I really like Xianyi. Didn't we say that you can take that woman in, but you can't give her the position of your wife? No, no, no. I only want Xianyi in my life. I don't want anyone else. My wife can only be her. What good? No. If you insist on doing this, then we'll have to use some ruthless methods. What? Ruthless methods? The hero's face turned pale. Get rid of that girl. She has a background in the Wizard Alliance. Who knows if she's a spy from the Wizard Alliance? The hero's father snorted, his words overflowing with a chilling aura. Don't. The hero was filled with grief and indignation. We've already said all the good and bad things to you. No matter what, you can't take her as your wife. The backbone of the Yu family in the hall were all determined. A huge pressure gathered and pressed down on the little fatty in the middle. It was like a group of fierce tigers threatening a pitiful little rabbit. Dozens of big tigers had surrounded a small rabbit. The ranger trembled in fear. He knew that the situation was very clear. Today, the elders of the Yu family had laid their cards on the table. If he insisted, Imo Xianyi's life would be in danger. But if he did not insist, it would be the same as saying goodbye to Imo Xianyi forever. With Imo Xianyi's personality, he would never accept anyone other than his wife. Faced with such a dilemma, little Fatty cried out in despair. Xianyi is so cute, so smart, so cold. Who wouldn't like her? Why do you insist on breaking us up? Everyone likes it. Why don't you guys like it? Today, she came with me to visit Mrs. Zhua. Mrs. Zhua fell in love with Xianyi at first sight. They chatted so intimately. She even offered to become Xianyi's sworn sister. Other people like her at first sight. Why didn't you agree? Can't you see how good Xianyi is? No matter what, I can't do it. No means no. Halfway through his words, the elder master's eyes suddenly widened. What? Sister-in-law? Sworn sisters? What are you talking about? What's going on? Who else could sister-in-law be? She's was fiancée, spiritual goddess Zhua Xiaoyan. She has already become sworn sisters with Xianyi. In a few days, they'll be meeting each other's parents. What does this mean? This means that Xianyi is really cute. Everyone likes her. Then, the entire hall fell silent. Zhua Xiaoyan and Imo Xianyi have become sworn sisters? There's such a thing? She'll be meeting each other's parents in a few days? She'll be meeting Zhua Xiaoyan's parents? The few old men looked at each other, obviously unable to believe their ears. That can't be, right? Why can't it be? Little hero, you cried. Zhua and I witnessed it. We've already kowtowed. What's wrong with meeting each other's parents? When Zhua's parents come, we'll call Xianyi and her parents to have a meal together. We'll meet each other's adoptive parents and offer them a cup of tea. Why can't you be as reasonable as them? You only know how to use your old-fashioned methods. Little hero you threw caution to the wind. He sat on the ground, kicked his legs, and wiped his tears. Is it so important to be well-matched in terms of social status? Xianyi is kind and pure. Everyone loves her. Flowers bloom when they see her. Why are you targeting her? What's so great about the daughters of those big families? In my opinion, they can't even compare to a strand of Xianyi's hair. Zhua already knew about Xianyi's background. Xianyi came to Shangjing because of Zhua's guidance. Your so-called position is not valid at all. It's all excuses, lousy excuses. The hall was still silent. Only little hero you was kicking his legs and crying. He wiped his tears and walked back and forth on the ground. After a long time, the elder master murmured, "Didn't you say that Imo Xianyi would keep a distance from you? Why did she go with you to visit friends today? Didn't you hear what I just said? Zhua and Xianyi have been friends for a long time. They met in Phoenix City and are very, very good friends. If not, why would Xianyi take the initiative to go with me?" Little hero, you cried until there was no more energy left in his eyes. He said, "Why? Why? Why?" All the old men in the hall were looking at each other. Everyone's face was very awkward. What to do? After all this time, she had already turned into the goddaughter of the minister. Now, it's not a matter of whether we are willing or not. It's a matter of whether we can climb up the social ladder or not. Cough, cough. Just now, we try to reason with him, to move him emotionally, and to threaten him with our lives. What to do now? Why is this brat's luck so good? His boss is the minister's son. His free love is the minister's goddaughter, but now is not the time to be surprised. We have to quickly return to the topic. All the old men urged each other with their eyes. You do it. No, you do it. You do it. You do it. I just made my objection clear. This. I can't turn it around. Cough, me too. After a long time, Elder You coughed and said, Little hero you, do you really love this girl so much? Until death do you part? Yes. Little hero you nodded. Elder You snorted and said, Are you really willing to die for her? Little hero you was stunned and said, Really die? This. I didn't say that. Elder You was stunned. You fucking that you don't play by the rules. If you answer now that you don't care about life and death for her, we will take advantage of this situation and help you. You don't want to die for her? We don't agree. Are you willing to die? Why would I want to die when I'm living so well? Little hero you's face was as white as paper. His eyes were filled with fear and his heart stopped. Am I going to die? What I mean is, are you willing or not? Little hero you's heart was beating like a drum. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. He suddenly burst into tears. Elder You, I haven't lived enough. What the fuck? The entire hall was filled with black lines. Looking at the wailing fatty with snot and tears running down his face, everyone felt like countless mythical beasts were galloping in their hearts. When we needed you to be a coward, you were strong. Now that we needed you to be strong, you were a coward faster than anyone else. Sigh. Little hero you's father could barely stand. All the old men were glaring at him. If looks could kill, he would have been riddled with holes by now. Obviously, everyone wanted him to stand up. Your little fatty's father. If you don't stand up in this awkward situation, who will? Under the murderous gazes of everyone in the hall, little hero you's father knelt down with a sorrowful expression. Elder You. What? Elder You and all the other elders were puzzled. Why are you kneeling? What's the matter? Little hero you's father only felt his chest tighten. Our You family shouldn't be called the Heavenly King family anymore. Let's change it to the Best Actor family. Look at all of you. You're all experienced actors. You've seen this child. He really likes that girl. We've even tested him with life and death. It seems like his heart is unmistakable. Little hero you's father said solemnly. The little fatty's father solemnly said, As a father, I really can't bear to see him like this. So, Elder You, please grant this child this one time. Little fatty was so shocked that he forgot to pretend to cry. This is my father? This is the father who beat me up whenever he saw me because of me and Xian-yi? The father who wanted to whip me to death just now. My father? Could it be that he was possessed by someone? My father can't be so good to me, right? Or maybe my father loves me so much. Sob, sob, sob. I'm so touched that a father's love is like a mountain. A father's love has always been silent. He loves me so silently. When I meet a hurdle that I can't get over, although he doesn't agree, he still stands up for me. My old father, the person I love the most. You have only tasted 30% of the sweetness in the world. I haven't done enough to be your daughter in this life. I beg you, in the next life, please be my father again. At this moment, little hero Yu's heart was surging with emotions. He looked at the elders with his eyes wide open. The faces of the old ancestors softened. Many of them were sighing with doting looks on their faces. Sigh, silly child. Forget it, forget it. The elders had just sighed when someone stole the show. They sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. Instantly, they were unhappy and glared at that person. Then they sighed again and said, Silly child. Since it's like this, we won't break up the two of you. Our You family is not a third-rate family that will give up the happiness of our children and grandchildren for mere benefits. Although the family will. Sigh, forget it. It's not like the You family can't afford it. The elders' faces were reasonable and solemn as they said, The family exists to protect its children and grandchildren. You two are truly in love. Naturally, we will grant you your wish. Little hero You exclaimed excitedly, Really? Chapter 1162. Of course. In the face of the adventurer's surprise, the old ancestor's expression was both helpless and kind. Silly child, We've created such a big scene to test your loyalty to love. You're the future head of the family, so you naturally have to bear more pressure than the other family members. Haha, our you family is the #1 family in the continent, so when did we ever need to strengthen our family through marriage? Moreover, it's a dirty deal that sacrifices the happiness of the younger generation. Old ancestor, you're the best. The adventurer's eyes were filled with tears of happiness. Cough, cough, the old ancestor is right. We were just testing your loyalty to love. Cough, old ancestor is right. Love is a major event in life, so we must be loyal. We must be tested. Don't worry. Go and pursue your happiness. We won't have any objections. Everyone agreed. That's right. As long as Mo Xian doesn't object, she'll be the future wife of the Yu family's head. Find some time to meet Xian Yi's parents. The adventurer's father said kindly. Your mother and I will treat them to a meal. It'll be a formal introduction and confirmation of our relationship. Don't let the girl suffer. Always remember your promise and treat her well. Girls need to be loved. Yes, Xian Yi is a good girl. She's also a poor child. Sigh. So pitiful. We have to take good care of her in the future. That's right. I'm just afraid that the little fatty will bully her. We have to keep an eye on the little fatty. How can he bully a girl? That's right. But there's one thing we have to consider. Since we've acknowledged her identity, we have to consider her safety. After all, she lives too far away, and Shangjing is so complicated. Yes, I heard that Xianyi's parents aren't in good health. Our Yu family is relatives, so we should take care of them. That's right. The old ancestor turned and said, Little fatty, go get 2 longevity pills and 2 heaven reversal pills and give them to Xianyi's parents. Sai, what kind of son-in-law are you? You can't even think of this? That's right. Take good care of your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Do you think your daughter-in-law will run away? How could a brave woman be afraid of being pestered? I mean, where there's a will, there's a way. All of a sudden, the elders in the hall changed from scowling to benevolent and amiable. Now, they were actually giving advice to the wandering hero. The ranger felt as if he had been hit on the head with a huge pie. Happiness, happiness, satisfaction. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. He was so satisfied that he wanted to cry. She was so happy that she wanted to shout. The heavens have treated me so well, allowing me to have such a group of reasonable ancestors. Xian Yi, I'm here. There are no more obstacles between us. Roar. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm too lucky. Thank you, ancestor. Little Fatty held the heaven-grade elixir and staggered out of the house. He still felt dizzy, as if he was in a dream. Finally, in order to confirm her happiness, she fiercely scratched her own thigh. Suddenly, illo, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It's actually true. The little fatty scratched his head. Oh my God, it's not a dream. Xian Yi, I have to hurry and tell Xian Yi. Tell her this good news. Little fatty jumped up high like a wild horse that had suddenly broken free from its reins. Dust billowed as he sprinted away. Guards, follow him. A few more of you go. An elder called out from behind. Protect Xian Yi's family. You. See if there are any empty courtyards nearby. Choose a good one and buy one. Then think of a way to let Mo Xian Yi's parents win a prize. The prize is a big courtyard. Understand? Hurry and do it. This matter concerns the marriage of the future head of the family. Everyone, be alert. If anyone leaks this news, I'll skin them alive. Other families? This. Sigh. Children should be free to love. What time is it now? Why are you still thinking about such old-fashioned ideas? Isn't this something that can be easily discussed? Mo Xian Yi's house. Impossible. Mo Xian Yi said decisively. Not because of anything else, but because of the Yu family's mocking and ridiculing him during this period of time. They kept saying strange things around him, and even threatened him that how could there be such a huge change in such a short time? Either there's a trap, or there's some other scheme. It's true. Everything that happened before was a test from the elders of the family. It's mainly a test for me, the future head of the family, and also a test for you, the future wife of the family head. Little fatty, you swore. If I lie to you, I'm a bastard. Mo Xianyi's face turned cold. Scram. Hee hee. I'm not a bastard. I'm not a bastard. Why aren't you scramming? I'm a dog. I'm a dog if I lie to you, all right? Woof woof, woof woof. You're barking now, and you're still saying you're not lying to me. Then if I lie to you, may the heavens strike me with lightning. What lightning can strike you to death? If I lie to you, that has nothing to do with me. I never intended to have anything to do with you. Whatever test has nothing to do with me. Xian, stop. Don't call me that. We're not close. How many times do you want me to say it? Xian, I. Go away. Don't block me from washing clothes. That's right, this time, the ancestors specially asked me to bring a few pills for Uncle and Auntie. 2 longevity pills, 2 reversal pills. I really didn't steal them this time. With my current status, I can't steal them even if I wanted to. You should believe me now, right? Little fatty, you was quick-witted and finally thought of his trump card. Longevity pill, reversal pill. Mo Xian, he turned around like a whirlwind. The longevity pill could extend one's lifespan and improve one's aptitude. A single pill could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. As for the reversal pill, it was the best medicine for Mo Xianyi's parents who had their foundations destroyed. Although it couldn't completely restore their astral souls, it could slowly improve their condition. Coupled with the effect of a longevity pill that could increase their lifespan, it would ensure that the 2 elders could live until they were over 100 years old. During this period of time, they would have plenty of time to think of other ways. This was the foundation of the Yu family. When Yu's foundation was destroyed, she wouldn't live past 40 years old. But LV Yingfeng personally came to the Yu family and begged for a longevity pill and a reversal pill for Yuan Yue to consume. This allowed the old principal to extend his lifespan by 100 years. These 2 spirit pills were things that Mo Xian had always dreamed of obtaining. Seeing these 4 pills, Mo Xianyi's heart was extremely conflicted. He wanted to be more reserved, but these pills, his parents needed them too much. Seeing the little fatty's overjoyed expression, he also felt unhappy. It was as if he had sold himself for these 4 pills. That this kind of conflicted feeling was not something that could be described with words. Receiving the 4 pills, Mo Xianyi said with a straight face, "Your family's attitude is your family's attitude. You gave these pills to me willingly. I didn't promise you anything. I understand very well." The little fatty nodded repeatedly. Mo Xianyi snorted and put the pills into his pocket, coldly saying, "I didn't promise you anything either." With his hand in his pocket, he suddenly felt that he was a bit of a bitch, taking someone else's things while rejecting them righteously. Wasn't this just acting like an idiot? Forget it. For the sake of these 4 pills. Mo Xianyi snorted and said, "I promise to be with you, but I can't help it. I am such a materialistic woman. Your generosity has moved me." She wanted to say for the sake of your sincerity, but she felt that she would be more like a white lotus and a green tea. What was the point of saying for the sake of your sincerity? So he simply said out loud, "Yes, I am greedy for things. I am materialistic. I love vanity. I am such a person. It's okay. What I am most afraid of is that you are not materialistic." The little fatty spoke without thinking. Mo Xianyi chuckled. "Yes, I am an extremely materialistic woman. It will be easier for you to win me over in the future, right?" No. Seeing Mo Xianyi's face suddenly become cold as ice, the little fatty's heart suddenly jumped. "I said the wrong thing again. Why do I always say the wrong thing? You are not materialistic. If you were materialistic, wouldn't I have already? You would have already won me over, right? Maybe you would have already played with me." The little fatty anxiously walked in circles, sweating profusely. This woman is too hard to please that now I can't even follow her words. I have to go ask Wolf for advice later this. If I don't learn a few moves, I really can't deal with her. Cough. When a girl says she is materialistic, what she is waiting for is a retort. You are not materialistic at all. You are filial to your parents. You are. I already knew you were a good girl, but then the girl will secretly grumble. I am. Then you will say, you are not. After going back and forth like this, the sky will naturally clear up. One wrong step here, and you will basically be consigned to eternal damnation right now. Lil Fatty was not far from being consigned to eternal damnation. It was almost within reach. Mo Xian, he had no choice but to accept the pills that she couldn't refuse. She already had the feeling of selling herself, but the little fatty's response was completely wrong. Now that she saw the silly look on this guy's face, and he actually didn't say anything to coax her, Mo Xian, he felt even more uncomfortable. She touched the 4 pills in her pocket, but in the end, she still couldn't muster the courage to throw them back. In a fit of anger, she angrily snorted, turned around, and walked back home. As she walked, tears of grievance fell from her eyes. For my parents, I sold myself, and if I sold myself, then so be it. But this little fatty who kept saying how much he liked her now actually acted like a buyer. Was he showing off, or was he being picky? Humph. Chapter 1163. Behind Mo Schwani, the little fatty followed along, as if he was walking on clouds. His feelings were completely different from Mo Schwani's. He felt that she had never accepted anything from him before, but now that she had accepted his gift, it meant that there was a chance that their relationship had taken a huge step forward. This was great. The little fatty, who was immersed in his fantasy like a fairy or a dream, was already immersed in his fantasy. He didn't realize that the flower girl in front of him wanted to swallow him whole, and was even humming a little tune. When he walked, he was surprisingly skipping and hopping very lively. At the same time, it was very similar to the feeling of achieving one's long-cherished wish. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ho-ho. From now on, I'm no longer a single dog. Ha-ha-ha. Thus, the two of them, one fuming with anger, the other bubbling with joy, walked back one after another. The storm on the internet was still in full swing, wave after wave. The whole continent of astral souls, with Shangjing as the center, was engulfed in fierce debates. The Wang family, who had gone against the trend, had all their businesses collapsing rapidly. Without exception, this momentum was like a new national movement, where everyone was pointing fingers who would not end up dead. In some places, the office buildings of the Wang family's enterprises were pushed down and inexplicably exploded, collapsing with a loud bang. That a huge business empire and countless chains of survival had collapsed in an instant. In addition, in the cities, in the wilderness, on the streets, and in the pugilistic world, there were killings everywhere. All the cultivators who belonged to the Wang clan, unless their identities had not been exposed and had not been recognized by others, would be besieged at any time once they were recognized and their identities were confirmed. Students from various universities, graduates from various batches, people from all walks of life, and people from all walks of life, that this kind of thing was too easy to arouse a common hatred. The targeted posts on the internet were still hanging high up, making people angry and bloodshot. If the teacher who helped you in your life had his grave dug up after his death, what would you do? Under this post, there were almost no other replies. All of them were, fuck. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. I will fight him to the death. Countless teachers of martial arts schools were excited when they saw the craze on the internet. One teacher once said with emotion during class, "If one day I die and my grave is dug up, I will feel that my life is not in vain, and I will have no regrets even if I die 9 times. Countless high school teachers couldn't hide their envy when they mentioned Yuan Yue's name when they were teaching their students. How should one behave, Yuan Yue? To be able to achieve such accomplishments as a teacher, my life has not been in vain. Her student, for the sake of her injustice, is even overturning the entire world and shaking the entire continent. If I were Yuan Yue, I would also smile in the underworld. To hand over my life's work to such a student, it is glorious, glorious. As a teacher, to have such a student, I am truly worthy of my life." Gu Qianfan, the principal of Shui Chang First High School, directly threw out a sentence in Shangjing. "Old Principal Yuan Yue is the person I respect the most in my life. Her grave was dug up, which means that after I, Gu Qianfan, die, my grave will also be dug up. How will my children avenge me? One of the ancestors of the Wang family went through a lot of trouble to find the heavenly king of the right and asked him to speak up and let the Wang family go this time. The heavenly king of the right only said one thing. I also have a teacher. I respect him very much. If someone digs up his grave, I will definitely take revenge. I will not care about the price of my identity and position. I will not care about the price of the other party's identity. I will definitely seek justice for my teacher. If I intercede for you on this matter, I will feel sorry for my teacher and all the teachers in the world. But for the sake of Senior Wang Fei Hong, I will not do anything to you. This is the limit of my patience. The Wang family, take care of yourselves. The Southern Marshal Nan Zhengxian directly scolded the person who pleaded for mercy for the Wang family. How dare you come to me to plead for mercy after doing such a shameless thing? You may be shameless, but I still have my face. You should be glad that I'm no longer the Minister of Finance in Shangjing. Otherwise, the Wang family would have been homeless and wouldn't have the chance to make a fuss in front of me. The Wang family was already in a precarious situation and was about to collapse. At least on the surface, it seemed like it was too late for them to find trouble with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were making use of the time to cultivate in Shangjing. During the day, they would wander around to gather information and check on the progress of the situation. At night, they would swarm into the spatial destruction pagoda to cultivate. Everyone was holding their breaths, competing with each other, comparing with each other. They were competing to see who would break through to the Ascendant Realm later. Currently, everyone was at the critical point that, to put it bluntly, if someone were to speak loudly or fart uncontrollably, it would be possible for them to break through the Celestial Bridge and enter the Ascendant Realm. The person who entered the sect the latest would have a deeper foundation and a stronger foundation. Zhuo Xiaoyan also accompanied them in their cultivation. Every day, she would impart the insights of the Ascendant Realm to everyone. She allowed everyone who was at the peak of the nascent profound realm and a half step into the Ascendant Realm to have a basic understanding of the Ascendant Realm, but the result of this was that at this stage, everyone began to analyze that feeling on their own, vaguely confirming it that according to what Bai Yunduo had told Zhuo Xiaoyan in the final stage of the nascent profound realm, the more insights one could gain from the Ascendant Realm, the better. The deeper the insights, the better. Based on this understanding, everyone was working hard in this direction. Zhuo Xiaoduo had also reached his limit. According to his estimation, he had suppressed around 70 times. This was not only an unprecedented achievement, but also Zhuo Xiaoduo's current limit. However, he couldn't tell anyone about this, not even Zhuo Xiaoyan. I'm about to break through. I've really reached my limit. There's no way I can suppress it anymore. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. He quietly consumed the 9 heavens spirit spring water and made the final preparations for his breakthrough. He glanced at Zhuo Xiaoyan from the corner of his eyes and pondered. If he were to fight Nian Mao now, he didn't dare to say anything else, but he should be able to achieve a draw, right? However, if he were to fight Nian Mao, a draw would be equivalent to a loss. There were many places he couldn't attack, many moves he couldn't use, and many weapons he couldn't use that therefore he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If he removed these factors, what awaited him was still a violent beating. If I want to completely defeat Nian Mao, I'll probably have to go one step further. I'll have to cultivate all the way to the Tao integration stage before I can achieve my long-cherished wish. However, by then, I'll be able to casually arrange her into 360 different positions. Zhuo Xiaoduo stroked his chin. He looked fascinated and immersed. These 13 people fought like pigs in the Tower of Annihilation every day. Most of them had pig heads and pig faces most of the time. However, the strength of each of them showed signs of increasing at a rapid pace. Ever since they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's small house, everyone changed into this. The walls were all top-grade Astral Souls Jade. The pillows and beds were all top-grade Astral Souls Jade. They were constantly absorbing energy and making great strides forward. Breakthrough. Zhuo Xiaoyan saw Xiao Duo looking at her suspiciously and thought that he was worried about breaking through. You're already at the peak of vitality. Breaking through is a matter of course. There's no possibility of failure. Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned. I'm not worried about breaking through at all. I'm thinking about how to arrange the positions after I've beaten you into submission. However, he definitely couldn't say this out loud. Yes, I understand. I'll break through tonight. The moment Zhuo Xiaoduo made up his mind, an indescribable emotion appeared in his heart. I'll fly. What does flying represent? Flying represents my mother's approval. I'll officially leave the ranks of single dogs. From now on, I'll... Ha ha ha, as he thought about it. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan's body and face. He couldn't help but lose control of the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Suddenly, it protruded indecently. Xiao flapped her wings and flew over. Her round eyes looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's crotch and felt that it was very strange. Why is there a piece here? Hence, she instinctively pecked at it with her sharp beak. Ouch, Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed. His expression changed. He grabbed Xiao and gritted his teeth. Little bastard. You, I'll pluck your hair. Zhuo Xiaoyan's mind was racing. She turned around and ran away with a red face. Pervert! Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and rushed into the room. He opened his pants to check and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao was just curious and didn't use any force. Furthermore, it was through his pants. He wasn't injured. It was just that he was flicked. If Xiao had spat out a mouthful of solar true fire. Zhuo Xiaoduo shuddered. He pointed at Xiao and said angrily, You can't peck here in the future. Do you understand? Xiao's body was held in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. Only her black, sharp head could be seen. Her eyes were rolling around as she nodded her head in confusion. Sword of Empress Envoi transformed into a shadow and flew here and there, filled with a gloating expression. Oh, Seventh Crown Prince. Oh, Seventh Crown Prince. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll break the seal and regain your memories. You'll feel like dying. She actually pecked at that place. When the time comes and you forget, I'll definitely remind you. I'll never forget. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo prepared a large batch of high-quality materials and prepared to try to break through to the Skysoar realm. Well, the word try should be removed. The so-called breakthrough to the Skysoar realm was just a formality for the current Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, in order to be safe, he prepared to break through in the Tower of Annihilation. Because Zhuo Xiaoyan had broken through in the Tower of Annihilation. You're going to break through to the Skysoar realm? Lei Changtian's eyes widened. Yes. You're going to break through in your space? Yes. No, absolutely not. Chapter 1164. Lei Zhangtian vetoed the idea firmly. Your breakthrough must be carried out in the open, and you have to receive the heavenly Tao's baptism. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. There's no need for that, Grandpa. Nian broke through in the Tower of Annihilation. Why am I the only exception? Nian is Nian, and you are you. Lei Changtian said, Nian has a pure Yin body, a body of 9 astral souls, and she has the blessing of the phoenix. She can choose to break through in your space. There's a huge amount of vitality in your space, and Nian can break through there with twice the result with half the effort. However, with your pure yang body, it's not appropriate for you to follow Nian's example. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded, and his head was filled with question marks. Grandpa's words seemed to make sense, but why couldn't he understand? Whether it was luck, physique, or astral souls, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that no one in the world could compare to him. However, in response to Lei Changtian's words, Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed that he had never heard of such a saying, and he couldn't understand it. No means no. You must break through in the outside world. Lei Changtian's attitude was unprecedentedly firm. However, he couldn't give a concrete reason to persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo, and could only be anxious. At this moment, Bai Yunduo descended from the sky. Wait a moment. Master and Mistress will be here soon. Zhuo Xiao's breakthrough was a big deal. Previously, Zhuo Xiaoyan broke through in the Tower of Annihilation, and Bai Yunduo didn't know about it. However, this time, Bai Yunduo immediately reported it as soon as she heard the news. If she didn't report it, she felt that she would be beaten up. Upon hearing this, Lei Changtian immediately cowered. I have something to do, and I haven't recovered from my cold. I'm going to get an intravenous drip. After giving an extremely lame excuse, the demon ancestor disappeared without a trace. Who is your master's wife? Your father and mother. Mom and dad are coming. So Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were a little scared at this moment, but they quickly gathered their courage. They were the ones who kept us in the dark for so long. What are we afraid of? They should be the ones feeling guilty. So Xiaoduo mustered up his courage and said to Zhuo Xiaoyan in a trembling voice, Yin Yin Cat, I'm telling you, we're on the right side now. As long as you're on my side today, we'll definitely be able to defeat the Demon King together. There's no such thing in the world. Since ancient times, no father and mother have kept their son and daughter in the dark for so long. Zhuo Xiaoyan was not as courageous as Zhuo Xiaoduo. She was now cowering in fear. She took a deep breath and said timidly, Defeat the Demon King? You're too daring. I just hope that our mother won't beat me up. It's still easy to talk to our father, but it's really hard to get past our mother. Why are you trembling? Why are you so afraid of her? Zhuo Xiaoduo encouraged her and said, You're our daughter-in-law. You don't have to be afraid of her. It's an eternal truth that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can't get along well. You have to learn how to resist, learn how to fight, learn how to monopolize my heart. So Xiaoyan trembled and said, But I'll really get beaten up if I do that. So Xiaoduo said, As long as you stand in front and act like a spoiled child, our mother won't be willing to beat you. After all, you're mother and daughter. But our father is willing to. So Xiaoyan shook her head like a rattle drum. No, why don't you stand in front? If I stand in front, I'll be the one getting beaten up. So Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, Girls always have some dignity. Zhuo Xiaoyan said timidly, Forget it. Well, have I ever had any dignity in our family? You're dreaming too much. Then forget it. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. I found such a cowardly daughter-in-law like you. Sigh. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. If you're not a coward, why don't you do it? You only know how to talk. I'm a coward too. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and was very pessimistic. He felt that he would never be able to raise his head in front of his parents for the rest of his life. The possibility of him usurping the throne and becoming the new head of the family, with the exposure of his parents' identities, it seemed more and more impossible. I'm a coward, and my daughter-in-law is also a coward. The whole family is a coward to the core. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and glanced at Zhuo Xiaoyan. He saw that the girl's face was full of panic and her eyes were wandering around. We're your parents. What are you afraid of? Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. You, if you're not afraid, why are you trembling? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked softly. I'm not trembling. Zhuo Xiaoduo refused to admit his mistake. With a soft tearing sound, the space around Zhuo Xiaoduo was accurately torn from the middle like a piece of cloth, and a spatial portal appeared naturally. Zhuo Changlu stepped out of the portal elegantly and calmly, as usual. Then, Wu Yuding followed behind him with a smile on her face. When the couple received the news from Bai Yunduo that Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to break through to the Ascension Realm, they couldn't stay outside and immediately rushed back. Dad! Mom! Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan cheered and rushed forward. Ha ha! Wu Yuding hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan in each arm. She looked at their faces and smiled. Have the two of you been good these few days? Good. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked up and said, I'm the most obedient. Mom, Xiaoduo said that he wants to settle the score with you and defeat the great Demon King. He said that you are the great Demon King of the world. She had sold out Zhuo Xiaoduo completely with just one sentence. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened and his body stiffened. He turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan in disbelief. Even if you don't join me in the rebellion, you can't be a traitor so quickly. Isn't this selling your husband for glory? Wu Yuting skillfully grabs Xiaoduo's ear and pulled it up. Dog, you want to rebel? Defeat the great demon king? Who's the great demon king? Your dad or your mom? I don't dare. Xiaoduo begged for mercy with a face full of flattery. His expression was rich and sincere. Mom, how could I rebel against you and Dad? We are a family. This is not Yin Yin Cat. She feels that her status has risen from a daughter to a daughter-in-law. She wants the right to speak. Ahem, I'm just testing her. Great Demon King, you are the great Demon King. Grandpa is the great Demon King. You are the daughter of the great Demon King. If you are not the great Demon King, then what are you? I am the little Demon King. Sister Nian is the little demon girl. Mom, don't listen to nonsense. I'm not like that. Zhuo Xiaoyan twisted her body in Wu Yuting's arms. Slap. So Chenglu slapped Zhuo Xiaoduo on the back of his head and said, other than you, who wants to be the head of the family every day, Xiaoyan doesn't want to be the head of the family. What Demon King, and Demon Girl? If you are all demons, then what am I? Zhuo Xiaoduo touched the back of his head. He was angry, but didn't dare to say anything. You two hid it from us for so long. You're too much. Of course, his voice was very low. But no matter how low it was, how could he hide it from Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting? The two of them suddenly felt a headache. These two fellows were clearly scared to this extent, but they still brought it up. This meant that these two fellows still had some thoughts about this matter. There must be a reason for this. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting brought their son and daughter into the room. Li Chenglong and the others were cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation. Outside, the family of four was alone. Well, Bai Yinduo also came in with a warm smile on her face. Little junior brother, little junior sister. This is your sister-in-law. Bai Yinduo. Zhuo Chonglu introduced calmly. Well, you guessed right. The king of Zhuolu, Yin Zhonghu, was my disciple back then. Xiaoduo is your mother's disciple. The jade powder of astral souls outside Fenghai was made by your sister-in-law. Do you really think that stuff will fall from the sky? I see. Thank you, sister-in-law, for putting in so much effort and going through so much trouble. Zhuo Xiaoduo understood tacitly and understood everything. He thanked her profusely. It's good that you understand, Zhuo Chonglu said. Well, so that's how senior brother and sister-in-law came to be? Mom and Dad didn't start with the two of us, but it's a tradition of our family. I see. Zhuo Xiaoduo paused for a moment before letting out a sigh of realization. Zhuo Chonglu's face darkened. This brat had been enlightened, and he had actually comprehended this one. What the hell did he comprehend? Bai Yinduo almost laughed out loud. After half a day, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been taught a lesson again, sat obediently on a small stool. Zhuo Xiaoyan sat on a small stool next to him. Wu Yuting and Zhuo Chonglu sat on the two-seater sofa in front of them. Bai Yinduo accompanied them on the one-seater sofa on the right. This kind of formation felt a little like a class. First of all, I have to explain to you why we hide our identities. Wu Yuting said, but after she explained it, she saw that the two of them were sitting upright with their 4 ears erect. They really looked like a cat and a dog sitting in front of her seriously. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at her innocently with round eyes. What's wrong? Ahem, let me do it. Zhuo Chonglu couldn't help but like Zhuo Xiaoduo, so he knocked twice on his head before he began to explain. Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his head. What's going on? Why did he hit me again? At that time, your mother and I encountered a bottleneck in our cultivation. We couldn't make any progress for a long time, and our enemy had already begun to make a breakthrough. If we didn't make a corresponding attempt, once our enemy succeeded in breaking through and returned, it would be a disaster for the astral souls. It was even possible that they would all fall. But it's easier said than done. If it was easy, or if there was a direction to make a breakthrough, we would have done it a long time ago. However, things were urgent, and we had no choice but to seal our bodies, separate our bodies from our souls, and then separate our souls from our divine sense. In a way of transforming into the mortal world, we try to make a breakthrough. Chapter 1165. Although the mortal dust can purify one's soul and clear one's mind, it is also very risky. First of all, during the process of the mortal dust, the two of us really don't have any martial arts. Whether it is the soul, the body, the vital spirit, or even the cultivation state, everything is sealed and can't be used. In other words, even if we see you in trouble, we can't do anything. We can solve the problem by ourselves, but we can only look on coldly and watch you fight. Zhuo Changlu said apologetically, in this matter, as the person involved in the mortal dust transformation, it is reasonable. It is also the reality that we can't do anything. But from the perspective of your parents, we have wronged you too. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were red. They shook their heads at the same time. We don't feel wronged. With what you said today, we don't feel wronged at all. This was the truth. Originally, they might have felt a little resentment in their hearts. You two are the most powerful people in the world, but we, as your children, don't enjoy any privileges or benefits. However, as Wu Zhonglu uttered these words, the little bit of emotion in the hearts of the two men instantly vanished like smoke in thin air and no longer existed. Which family's children didn't go through this? Do the children of big shots have to enjoy special privileges? It doesn't make sense. The two of them instantly succeeded in their own way. Back then, we were most worried about Xiao Duo's aptitude and Xiaoyan's soul-piercing phoenix vein. Thinking of these two things, even Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu sighed and sighed, because these two things were impossible for the two of them to solve at that stage. Zhuo Xiaoduo's aptitude, even at their current level, could only be solved if they improved a lot. And Zhuo Xiaoyan's matter couldn't be solved even if they improved a lot. Xiao Duo's aptitude is congenital. It is extremely strange. Until now, we still can't find the vein and the root. This is the first helplessness. Fortunately, you solved it by yourself. Zhuo Changlu sighed. As for little Nian's Phoenix Meridian Soul Charging, it's a heavenly Tao layout. Even if we wanted to interfere, we couldn't. Once you interfere, not only will you be directly targeted by the heavenly Tao, but it will also cause the situation that is already tilted towards the other side to become even more tilted. Zhuo Changlu said, that's the second helplessness. We tried our best to bypass the rules, but it was still limited to your Uncle Wu and Uncle Nan coming once in the name of visiting Xiao Duo. As for the Phoenix Vein Soul cleansing layout, your Uncle Nan arranged for an expert to secretly watch over it. In the end, if little Nian is unable to survive that round, the person who is secretly watching over you will sacrifice himself to save you. However, after you escape danger, that person's soul will be destroyed under the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Your Uncle Nan will also face the pursuit of the heavenly Tao. His life and death will be unpredictable. So Xiaoduo's expression changed when he heard that. He interrupted. So at that time, Uncle Nan left Nanjiang and came to Shangjing because he planned to use Shangjing's Providence Array to fight for a greater chance of survival. Zhuo Changlu said indifferently, yes, that's the plan. You have the legacy of the old principle He Yuan Yue's aura observation technique. Naturally, you know how terrifying the heavenly Tao is. In this world, only Shangjing, a place where dragons mix, can slightly hide from the heavenly Tao's eyes. This is the arrangement that your mother and I made for little Nian after racking our brains. Other than these two things, there are other small matters that are not worth mentioning. Zhuo Changlu picked up his teacup and took a sip. He said, then there are other things about you. I'll tell you about them. As Zhuo Changlu spoke, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan listened attentively. Beside him, Bai Yunhua's face was filled with admiration. Sure enough, sons and daughters are different from disciples. If it were me and Xiaohu, we wouldn't be treated like this. Not to mention explaining, it would be good enough if we didn't get beaten up. However, as he watched Zhuo Zhonglu explain himself, he also felt annoyed and continued to beat up Zhuo Xiaoduo. Bai Yunhua's heart slowly calmed down. Finally, Zhuo Xiaoduo exploded. He touched his head and looked up. Dad, I asked you to explain to us. I can understand that you're unhappy, and I can understand that you hit us. But why did you only hit me? Why didn't you hit Nian Mao? You're treating her differently. Zhuo Changlu said slowly, Nian Mao is my daughter-in-law now. As her father-in-law, how can I hit my daughter-in-law? How can there be such a logic in the world? Zhua Xiaoduo said angrily. When you hit her, you could have treated her as your daughter first. After you hit her, it wouldn't be too late to treat her as your daughter-in-law. Nian Yinmao is your daughter-in-law, and I'm your son-in-law. How can you be an elder like this? Zhua Xiaoyan. Slap. Zhua Xiaoduo was hit again. Shut up. What kind of husband are you? You actually threw your wife out to take the hit. Isn't it because you didn't hit her enough? Wu Yuding also hit him. Zhua Xiaoduo could only shut up and turned to Zhua Xiaoyan. Zhua Xiaoyan was already pouting and turning her face away, ignoring him. Oh no, I've offended you. Zhua Xiaoduo slapped his thigh. He knew that he had said something very wrong. He regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Mom, Dad, aren't you doing this to me? Zhua Xiaoduo was full of resentment. I'm about to break through to the sky realm. Once I break through, I'll be able to consummate my marriage. But at this time, you just had to dig a hole for me to offend her. What should I do? Do whatever you want. Wu Yuding crossed her arms and said lightly, I've stuffed your daughter-in-law into your bed since you were young. If you still can't handle it, then you're useless. Go hang yourself. Zhua Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Mom. Zhua Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. Zhua Zhonglu explained everything in the shortest and most concise manner. The husband and wife heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he had to explain it to Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan. It was just that with so many things weighing down on his heart, it was also hard for him. If he said it out loud, his children would understand, and he would be able to get rid of a worry in his heart, making his state of mind perfect. Zhua Chonglu described the process of the two of them since they were born into the mortal world in an unusually calm tone. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan listened with a myriad of thoughts. How many things were there to raise a child from childhood to adulthood? How could it be summarized with just a few things? When they were born, they were overjoyed. When they were sick, they frowned and worried. When they couldn't cultivate, they were full of worries. When they could cultivate, they were afraid that they would die. When they went to school, they looked forward to it. Were they tired? Was it hard? Was it painful? When they fell behind, they expected better from them. When they improved, would it be too tiring? Especially when they were raising a pair of martial artist children like Zhua Xiaoyan and Zhua Xiaoduo. When they could cultivate, each of them was a first-class genius with excellent qualifications. However, they faced more dangers of life and death. They didn't dare to speak or ask. They could only wait for their return. They clearly had great abilities and great powers, but they couldn't use them. They could only rely on their children's own efforts at the soul of the Phoenix Pulse. That was a very dangerous thing, a very dangerous situation. Her parents knew about the soul of the Phoenix Pulse early on, so they sealed the Feng Manor in the study. Waiting for the day their daughter broke through, there were thousands of considerations, thousands of arrangements, countless calculations. They were all parents' hearts, and they were really worried to death. So Xiaoyan's eyes reddened, and tears were about to flow out. Dad, Mom, thank you. The two of them stood up together and bowed respectfully. The little bit of resentment in his heart that his parents had hidden their identities had long since flown to God knows where. Wu Yuding's eyes reddened, but she said angrily, Do we have to say thank you to our own parents? We have to. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan said at the same time. Dad and Mom never owed us anything. We owe them. Although we can't do anything for them, we still have to say thank you. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed in his heart and said, Now that I think about it, I did have a lot of adventures. But if I think about it carefully, if I didn't have the resources and connections that Dad and Mom set up early on, with my little effort and luck, how could I reach where I am today? It's impossible. Although Dad and Mom keep saying that they can't do anything for us, in reality, they've done everything for us. Without Dad and Mom, there would be no Uncle Nan's help. Without Dad and Mom, there would be no Uncle Wu's help. Without Dad and Mom, why would sister-in-law Yinduo gather so much Astral Soul's jade powder for me? Without Dad and Mom, there are too many things that we wouldn't have had a chance to get. Zhua Xiaoduo said seriously, So Dad, Mom, thank you. Zhua Chonglu said with relief, Actually, Your mom and I are already very satisfied. Most parents do everything they should do to the extreme, but their children are still useless and can only be let down. You and Yin Yin have already made us feel that we are among the best parents. It's something to be proud of. Zhuo Zhonglu's words were full of emotion. Zhuo Xiaoduo could feel this, and Zhuo Chonglu was very happy. He felt that the hard work of these years was nothing in an instant. He glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo and thought to himself, "Little dog, you missed out on one thing, and that was your godfather. If it weren't for my plan, you wouldn't have had the luck to obtain the world's #1 hammer technique. Of course, if it weren't for me, Flood wouldn't have been so lucky to pick up a godson and goddaughter for no reason." Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her delicate body and snuggled into Wu Yuding's arms. Now that the serious matter was over, she could naturally act coquettishly. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at her eagerly. He also wanted to snuggle into her arms and act coquettishly. However, after thinking carefully, he decisively gave up on this unrealistic and irrational approach. If he really went over at the wrong time, what awaited him would probably be an inhumane threesome. "About your breakthrough." Zhuo Chonglu's expression suddenly became serious. Wu Yuding hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan and also became serious. Chapter 1166. You have to break through outside and come into contact with the heavenly Tao. Only then can you break through. Your grandfather's insistence on this point is not wrong at all. So Xiaoduo was puzzled. Although Grandpa explained the reason, I don't understand. How did Nian Yin cat? Your sister Nian Yin is different from you. Apart from the difference in her physique, Zhu Zhonglu said indifferently. There's another, more important reason. This time, the dragon's fight for heritage has the same nature as the reciting phoenix pulse soul. It is also the so-called way of heaven. In other words, the part we can participate in this round is still limited. Way of heaven. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Another way of heaven? I even suspect that this round is the continuation of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, Zhuo Chonglu said. Little duo, you've studied the old principle He Yuan Yue's aura observation technique, and your attainments in it are quite profound. You also have a profound understanding of the supernatural power of aura observation technique. You're blessed by the heavens in your aura observation technique. However, if you think about it carefully, during the Phoenix Pulse Soul situation that day, if it weren't for the fire dragon rushing up and protecting the Phoenix, would the Phoenix Pulse Soul situation still be able to rise up calmly afterwards? From the beginning to the end, the fire dragon hovered and protected the surroundings so that the Phoenix could focus on flying without any distractions. Is there a hidden meaning behind this? Hidden meaning? Are you saying that this is a hidden meaning of our fate? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. Zhuo Chonglu's words seemed to have awakened a person from a dream. Zhuo Xiaoduo's thoughts flashed back to the past. His father's words were concise and comprehensive, but they hit the nail on the head. Yes, although the Phoenix Pulse Spirit layout was extremely dangerous, most of the pressure was actually on Zhuo Xiaoduo, the person who planned and protected the Phoenix Pulse Spirit layout. Mobilizing the manpower of all parties, dealing with the various forces, and turning the originally dangerous situation into one that was advantageous to their own side. Only then did they have the final success. If Nian Yin is the beautiful phoenix that doesn't care about anything and only cares about flapping her wings to soar into the sky, then Toto is the fire dragon that protects the surroundings, no matter how big or small, and carries the wind and rain on his shoulders. Zhuo Chonglu stared at the thoughtful Zhuo Xiaoduo. Now, do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo was in a daze for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered that night when he Yuan Yue, Sister Lan, and the others were at the top of Phoenix Turtle's head, and saw the phenomenon of heaven and earth. The phoenix was hovering, waited until the fire dragon rose into the air, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it soared into the heavens. Then, the phoenix flew up into the sky with ease and soared into the 9 heavens. From the beginning to the end, the fire dragon's huge body was connected to the heavens and earth, and it hovered around the phoenix in its protection. No matter how strong the wind and rain were outside, no matter how earth-shattering, and no matter how heavy the thunderstorm was, it didn't affect the phoenix at all. All the dangers, all the attacks, and all the dangers were all blocked by the fire dragon. The phoenix was only responsible for soaring into the sky and being beautiful. Everything else was taken care of by the fire dragon. As what Xiaoduo thought about it, he suddenly smiled and said, "So, the dragon's fighting for the heritage this time is targeting my heavenly Dao layout. That should be the case. I can only say that the heavenly Dao has the basis, and karma brings about its own results," is what Changlu said. And the reason why Yin Yin can break through to the sky realm no matter where she is because I've already taken over all the tribulations that belong to her. So, she only needs to focus on breaking through in peace, but when I break through, I have to accept the baptism of the heavenly Tao layout? Or could it be that this is actually some kind of backlash from the heavenly Tao against my forceful interference with the heavenly Tao layout? If I can overcome it, everything will be fine, but if I can't, I will be consigned to eternal damnation. So Xiaoduo asked, "The meaning is about the same, but you missed out on one thing, which is also the most important thing, and that is the providence." So Changlu said, "The providence of the dragons and the phoenixes is already against the heavens. Since the phoenix vein has successfully risen, what follows is to continue to rise, but in the end, it still needs a guardian to help it break through the barrier. The guardian has to bear his own providence, and also the phoenix's providence. This is because this is already his responsibility. From the moment he got involved in this matter, the two can no longer be separated. Just like the various arrangements you made in the past, and even the layout in Phoenix City," is what Changlu said indifferently. "You connected the phoenix vein's providence with the nation's providence. This is naturally a good thing for Nian but when you break through, a great calamity will befall you, because there will be a double punishment from the heavenly Tao. However, this is not only the backlash from the heavenly Tao, but also the backlash from the people. Don't tell me you don't know where the core of the Yinwu Empire and the center of the people is. Shangjing." "Yes, Shangjing. And now, you are at the center of the Yinwu Empire's providence, and you are about to break through to the Ascendant Realm, wanting to completely break free from the shackles and be free from the heavens. If you don't bear it, who will?" Zhu Changlu said, "But I only feel the tide of heaven and earth, and I don't feel the relevant phenomenon of the dragon veins soaring into the sky. Dad, as the target of the heavenly Tao layout you mentioned, I have not sensed it at all until now. This doesn't seem to make sense, right?" So Xiaoduo was puzzled by this point. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be. Although you are proficient in the aura gazing technique, your experience is still too shallow. The dragon vein hasn't formed the image of Ascendant yet. So how can the phenomenon of the heavenly Tao appear? Is what Changlu said indifferently. Things like providence will never erupt on its own. Instead, it is permanently attached to a certain person. And with this person's surging winds and clouds, it will shake the 9 heavens' providence at a certain point in time and disturb the Milky Way's fortune. Therefore, everything you don't understand now will become clear after you break through to the Ascendant Realm. And now, the entire Shangjing's heavenly Tao layout is actually in a state of silence, waiting for the rain to fall. Everything will have to wait until you break through to the Ascendant Realm before this layout will truly begin. A unique layout that combines the right time, the right place, the right people, providence, and the Tao of fortune. So Xiaoduo came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is. So this is the truth." So Changlu said indifferently, "The so-called soaring dragon and dancing phoenix, from a certain point of view, is that only the soaring dragon will have the dancing phoenix. The so-called dragon and phoenix bring prosperity." At this point, he suddenly had a thought and said, "Perhaps this heavenly Tao layout is the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity." So Xiaoduo said, "That's not right. The dragon and phoenix bring prosperity is a good phrase that implies good things, But this heavenly Tao layout is clearly a killing trap targeted at the soaring dragon. There are two sides to everything in the world. A killing trap can also be a dragon, and phoenix bring prosperity. Don't you know that a crisis is also a turning point? Eliminating the killing intent is naturally a good opportunity. If the soaring dragon survives the killing trap, it will naturally be a happy ending for everyone, and the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. If the soaring dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. To those who are on the opposing side, it may be a dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. When the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity, the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity will all belong to the enemy. This is also a dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. So Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Of course, because to the enemy, this is a dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. That's why your breakthrough is especially important at the moment. Because if your breakthrough this time goes smoothly, it will inevitably trigger a great tide of the heavenly Tao. To the enemy, it's not a good thing. Based on this argument, the best way is to interfere with your progress so that you can break through, but it can't be in the most perfect state. It's best if you break through with some regrets. If you succeed, you'll promote a flawed layout. Heaven and earth are incomplete, and there's rarely anything perfect in this world. To the heavenly Tao, it's also a state that the heavenly Tao is willing to accept. The current heavenly Tao is also in an incomplete state. If you break through in a perfect state, it'll only become more and more out of its control. This is what Changlu said until here, and suddenly there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky. Muffled sounds could be heard coming and going in the clouds. The whole world was dignified and solemn, as if it was warning something. So Changlu frowned and turned to look at the sky outside the window. He shouted in a low voice, "You're so noisy. As a father, it's fair for me to teach my son. It's none of your business." His voice wasn't loud, but it went straight to the clouds. In an instant, the clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sky became clear again. "Dad, you're so awesome," Zhou Xiaoduo said with great admiration. With just a few words, the wind and clouds changed color, and the sky became clear in an instant. This kind of unworldly cultivation was really terrifying and appalling. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoyan and Bai Yunduo also showed a look of admiration and shock. Such a thing of rebutting the will of the heavenly Tao with just a few words was not only unprecedented, but also unheard of. There's nothing to be awesome about. Zhou Changlu shook his head. There's no such thing as reason. I teach my son and point him in the right direction. It's a righteous thing to do. A father teaches his son, and no one can say anything. Even the heavenly Tao can't say no and can only give in. Do you think that I was just casually talking about heaven's justice? But it's also because of this that the heavenly Tao won't give me face when you break through. Even if I'm already at the top of this world, it's still the same. So Xiaoduo took a deep breath. Then I'll break through outside. Yes, your mother, your grandfather, and your sister-in-law will protect you during your breakthrough this time. So Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Isn't this a little too grand? So Xiaoduo couldn't be blamed for being surprised. It was just a Zhao's breakthrough, but the heaven-inspecting minister and his wife, the demon ancestor, and the king of Zwolu's wife had to protect him personally. This was simply Zhou Xiaoduo instantly felt like he was floating. Not only did he float to the sky, but he also continued to float. Wu Yuding smiled and said, "Isn't it fair for us to protect our own son? There's nothing wrong with that." She looked at Zhou Changlu and smiled knowingly. They didn't say anything else. There wasn't any nervousness in the depths of their eyes. However, the couple's hearts were filled with nervousness. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.